smiles.
Are the A's going to Vegas?
Oh, they're gone.
Hang on, Sid. Wait, I didn't do that yet. Welcome all to this special meeting of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista. It is 5:01 and the meeting is now called to order. Councilmember Sabathia, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. Are there any public comments on the closed session this evening?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to now close Zoom and remove everybody and go into closed session. Thank you. We'll be back at 6. Thank you very much. Welcome all to the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista. It is Tuesday, October 17th at 6:02. Attorney Giffen, will you please take us out of our closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council and members of the public. The council did meet in closed session on item 2A, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section Government Code 54956.9, one potential case. The council heard a report on the threatened litigation and gave direction to take the first step in dealing with that threatened litigation by rejecting a government claim. And there's nothing else to report.
Thank you very much. Proclamations, 2023 Philanthropist of the Year.
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Is Heidi Balls present?
Everyone accept it?
Yes, so nobody's here to accept it.
Would someone like to accept on behalf of Heidi?
He's got the every day.
Nope. Nobody here to accept on her behalf? It's a proclamation. Philanthropist of the Year, Heidi Baltz.
Come up to the podium, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is titled 2023 Philanthropist of the Year, Miss Heidi Baltz. Whereas philanthropic organizations are responsible for enhancing the quality of life of people, and voluntary associations that are formed to address societal needs are an integral part of American society. And whereas in recognition of the role played by the uniquely American tradition of philanthropy, the City of San Juan Bautista would like to honor and nominate Heidi as the 2023 Philanthropist of the Year. And whereas Heidi Baltz is committed to serving the community by cleaning and refreshing the community corner with plants, maintenance, and updating thematic seasonal displays. And whereas Heidi takes the time to beautify the community by removing unsightly signs and handbills that are taped to empty storefronts and stapled to historic buildings. And whereas Heidi updates and distributes the community event calendar promoting the city. Now, therefore, we, the San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby recognize Heidi Baltz for her commitment to the betterment of the community through random acts of kindness, and urge all residents to support Heidi Baltz as the Philanthropist of the Year for 2023 dated this 17th day of October, 2023.
Thank you. National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th to October 15th. Councilmember Sabathia.
National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2023. Whereas in the US, the Hispanic population reached 63.6 million in 2022, up from, excuse me, up from 50.5 million in 2010. And whereas the more than 15 million Hispanics that call California home are foundational to California's identity, success, and future. And whereas during Hispanic Heritage Month, the city of San Juan Bautista recognized the countless contributions of Hispanics to our city, county, state, and nation throughout every chapter of our history, and their central role in our continued growth and prosperity. And whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American residents whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas Hispanics are California's largest ethnic group with diverse roots throughout the Americas, indigenous communities of Latin America and Africa and beyond. And whereas generations of Hispanics have helped shape our society, economy, culture, and values since the state's beginnings. And whereas the city of San Juan Bautista knows that diversity is our strength and that our city is better off when all of our communities have the opportunity to thrive. Now, therefore, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month and encourage residents to honor and celebrate the contributions of Hispanic communities to the San Juan Bautista story throughout the centuries and for generations to come.
Muchas gracias. Bienvenidos todos.
And if the council would allow for one more proclamation for National Philanthropy Day, November 16th, 2023. Yes. Yes. Thank you all very much. And we'd like to present this to Gary Verna from the foundation. Thank you very much. Whereas National Philanthropy Day is celebrated each year to recognize and pay tribute to those who actively gave their time, talent, and treasure to their communities in order to make them a better place. And whereas in recognizing and honoring individuals and organizations that have served as models of inspiration, we are mindful of the need among us, though often unseen, is ever present, and we must be prepared going forward to expand our philanthropic efforts and services. And whereas today the nonprofit sector affects nearly every citizen in many ways through educational and religious organizations, museums and concerts our children attend on school-sponsored trips, sports leagues and clubs that enrich our youth, the social service agencies that provide food, clothing, housing, and training for help for the underserved. And whereas the Community Foundation for San Benito County is recognizing the nonprofit sector on Thursday, November 16th, 2023 as National Philanthropy Day in San Benito County. And whereas we urge all people in San Benito County to reflect upon the meaning of selfless giving and upon the need to recognize and support charitable causes among us and those who are champions. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Leslie Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, proclaim November 16th, 2023 as National Philanthropy Day and encourage the San Juan Bautista community to recognize the tradition of philanthropy as it continues to improve and enhance the lives of all, promoting the common good.
very much for this. And you, the city council, have been phenomenal in supporting the 175 nonprofits. So thank you for all that you've done. You've got a very active nonprofit group in San Antonio and someone here, so we thank them. And one of your very own, I'd like to acknowledge the family member and a citizen. She is the chair of this year for the past many years. So thank you all. I know some of you want to attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Presentations, Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital update. Ray Espinosa, CAO of San Benito County.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff for tonight.
You have a green light on your. I should know that, right? A new environment for me here, so I apologize. Thank you. With that, our county board has missioned county staff to look at options to help the hospital, to help the situation. And with that, we've had the pleasure of hiring Cecilia Montalvo, ECG, and some other folks to help us through this process. And really what we're looking at is providing a health assessment of Hazel Hawkins Hospital, and to provide some solutions for us to move forward. If it comes out of this study that we have, which we will be presenting on the 24th of October next week. So our board will be hearing this particular item. We wanted to come to you in advance just to discuss it because with that, there are some things out of the study looking at either a JPA or moving forward with the next steps on assisting them for the long term, even from a financial point of view. However, with that, we would have to put in a letter of intent, a non-binding letter that really would be the next steps on a potential solution. We don't know what the financial outcome would be. We don't know what the risk are. That would be the next phase of this process. But we did want to just share with you some highlights of what work has been done by Cecilia, as well as ECG in advance of Tuesday's meeting. Again, we'll present it in depth on Tuesday, so feel free to chime in or listen in to the county's presentation. They'll be presented from ECG. I believe ECG will be present that day. So with that, I do have the pleasure of inviting Cecilia up. She's going to go ahead and highlight a little bit more with regards to the study and some highlights that we've been working on and kind of next steps that we have. So Cecilia, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I too would like to thank you for having us here today. I'm one of those rare people who truly enjoy coming to city councils and local government. I think it's just the best. But I'll tell you just a little bit. It is just a little bit about me. As some of you know, I am a retired healthcare executive. I spent over 40 years in the Bay Area working in the areas of healthcare mergers and acquisitions for companies like Kaiser Permanente, for Sutter Health, for Stanford and others. I was a healthcare investment banker, meaning I bought and sold hospitals for clients for a number of years. And then I bought an avocado farm down in Cambria, which has been also great. But, the last few years, and it probably isn't a surprise because it's all over the media, that this has been a tremendously difficult time for hospitals and hospitals nationally, hospitals in California. It's sort of almost counterintuitive coming out of COVID. You would have thought they were all full of patients. Isn't that great? Really wasn't. Many of the things that drove profitability in hospitals are largely elective surgeries, a lot of imaging procedures, things that people weren't doing during COVID. So the hospitals bore the costs of tremendous staffing costs during COVID, but without having their kind of underlying financial drivers. And then after that, inflation hit. So I have, in my 40 years, never seen California's hospitals do as financially poorly as they have the last couple of years. So that's the backdrop for what I see at Hazel Hawkins. Prior to meeting Ray and getting to know the county of San Benito, what got me out of retirement was the situation in Watsonville. And I had gotten a call from a group of community leaders there that there was no buyer. So there is a parallel here. There was no other buyer for Watsonville Hospital, and when it was in bankruptcy, and it would have closed. And that community rallied in a way I've just never seen before, sharing what I think you have here is a common goal to make sure that your residents have health care. We raised $67 million in about 6 months. They're struggling today. I'm not going to lie, but it got me interested in the plight of some of these hospitals. So in working with the county, you know, Hazel Hawkins, will just tell you a little bit of the history. I hope I'm not telling you things you already know. Last summer, got in a cash crunch. So they had a number of bills coming due out of COVID, some relief payments that they had received that were repayable all at the same time. And they had a difficulty with a Medicare audit. And when all of these things faced them at once, they had some significant cash flow problems. And this metric that they call days cash on hand, how many days could you operate? It declined significantly. So they are not as financially strong as they once were. They followed that by declaring a state of fiscal emergency, and they retained what's called a restructuring firm. That restructuring firm did a really good job, I think, working with management on a turnaround plan. So thankfully, the hospital actually improved their operating performance, saving about $5 to $7 million a year, and in fact posted a net operating margin, a positive operating margin for this past fiscal year when you include the tax money that they receive. Nevertheless, I think that the board made a decision to secure its future to file Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Chapter 9 is a governmental bankruptcy, so it's a unique form of bankruptcy. And they also retained the same restructuring firm to find a potential partner or buyer for the hospital. So I want to pause a little bit on that, because in the same way that the large hospital systems are, over half of hospitals in California are losing money right now. And so they're really not in acquisition mode. I could tell you 10 years ago, it was very easy to market a hospital. It's not so much today. And this is a unique situation because you are not immediately adjacent, or at least as close as they would like to the large metropolitan areas. So they've been marketing the hospital for close to a year. And as you may know, they received one letter of intent. Again, these are non-binding letter of interest, if you will, from a company called American Advanced Management. This is a private company that proposed to lease and lease acquisition of the hospital. It is a for-profit company, and it is a company that, in my opinion, I want to highlight when I'm using my opinion, has very little experience in the hospital industry and has not demonstrated that they could rise to the occasion, in my view, of helping this hospital. So they are continuing to market the hospital. This is where the county stepped in. And when I say stepped in, got interested, because this is a very vibrant county and two very vibrant communities that are growing rapidly in the same way that you need to deal with issues like water or schools or all of the infrastructure needs as you grow. Healthcare is a part of that. And one of the things we did retain one of the nation's leading healthcare management consulting firms. They're called ECG, and that's the report that you should have received in your packet. This analysis was really intended to try and educate the county and its residents of the not only sort of the marketplace for the hospital, but also the individual situation of Hazel Hawkins. And so I will not go through that presentation because I know it's up, but it's too long and you wouldn't want to hear all of it. But you know, while it highlighted many of the difficulties, the hospital today is predominantly Medicare and Medi-Cal, meaning that a lot of your commercially insured patients are seeking care elsewhere. I think that was one of the strongest points made in this report, was that a very, very large share of people are leaving the county for healthcare. And that leaves the hospital with a population of patients in government payers that just, I'm just going to say it, the government doesn't pay that well for healthcare. It's very hard when that's your payer mix. But and you've also lost physicians, and that's a major point in this report, is that you're lacking the number of physicians to support the population you have here. And so, but on the positive side, the financial analysis showed that relative to other hospitals, Hazel Hawkins not doing that badly. And again, this is a relative thing, but I think that it could provide an attractive opportunity for partners. And the county entered discussions with Salinas Valley Health, which you undoubtedly know, to see if they might be interested in helping Hazel Hawkins. And the conclusions that were reached by the consultant, and you can read them yourself, they feel as though if the county and potentially the municipalities here wanted to join together and retain a management firm for the hospital, that additional revenue sources might be brought to bear to support the healthcare in your community. So what the county is currently proposing, or will consider, I mean, this is what's being heard on Tuesday, is the opportunity to create a joint powers authority. What this would do is broaden the governance structure of the hospital. Today, we would suggest that the assets still be owned by the district, but that we have a larger board and bring in some very specific expertise, but then enter into a management agreement with Salinas Valley Health. They're very robust medical staff there. They could bring needed physicians to this community. I feel, and it's again my opinion, that they would be a very good and logical partner for your community. So the board will consider putting in a non-binding letter of intent suggesting this. We also seek to capitalize it with some new fees and assessments, logically, potentially on development in the county. But there's a long way to go. I think that what I want to leave you with is that that's where we are, that what typically happens in a process like this, you put in a letter and that just launches a more detailed process of determining what would that structure look like? What are the capital needs of the hospital and how could we best help? And so there's more work to do, but I think as Ray indicated, that the members of the County Board of Supervisors and the administrative staff really are seeking the engagement of the cities, should you be interested, and invite you to listen on Tuesday and consider, not necessarily today, but consider participating in that evaluation process and seeing how we can help. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
This ECG, is that who Hazel Hawkins hired through their, who hired them?
The county hired ECG to do this analysis, both of the marketplace and as well as the performance of the hospital.
Okay.
The hospital's retained consultant is called B. Riley.
And the hospital's a special district, is that correct, of elected?
They are, and if you don't mind, let me just hit on that, because healthcare districts in California were largely created to capitalize hospitals. And they did a great job of doing that in construction. A lot of them got bought, but the remaining ones are largely rural. And districts do create a structure where taxpayer revenue can help support operations where they would not otherwise be successful.
Okay, so they
have an
special-
elected board.
elected
They
board.
are a special district.
Okay. And did they ask the county to do this to help them?
No, I think what motivated the county here, I mean, they are conducting an open process, right? And unfortunately, so far, they only have, after almost a year, just this one letter. But I think what was motivating the county was appreciating what the implications of not finding a partner would be. The obligation for indigent care, for emergency care, for behavioral health transfers lies with the county. And if there isn't a stable partner in a hospital system here, it has very, very strong implications to the county. So that was their driving motive.
Okay, so if that was no, then they didn't ask for help.
They have invited virtually everybody to declare interest. So
did
they
they
have
invite-
not
So
specifically.
just a shotgun.
That's
invitation
exactly
there.
what you do when you're selling an asset. You kind of put it out in the market and see what
Okay.
happens.
I just want to make sure I get the
Mhm,
timelines correct.
mhm.
in the Watsonville example, were they also a special district?
No, in fact, that was the reverse situation. They were with a for-profit company
Okay.
that took them into bankruptcy. The community formed a district to take it out of bankruptcy.
After, okay, so,
Mhm.
so we have a special district of elected personnel for the Hazel Hawkins district. And is there something in the county code that says that they can, because it's almost, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It's almost like a hostile type county stepping in on something like this. I mean, I don't really know the verbiage on the letter. And if the county was addressed by the hospital district. So is there anybody can clarify that?
Yeah, you agree, you go ahead.
You don't mind?
No, go ahead.
I think maybe to clarify, and respond to that. The hospital back almost a year ago in November asked the county for help. They asked for the county to pay $10 million.
Remember that?
Yeah. Sight unseen, not having a lot of clarity with the finances, with understanding where they're at from an operational point of view. Our county board was willing to move in that direction and assist them, but they just needed clarity. And ultimately, that's what this is about, hiring ECG to understand that clarity so that we could potentially provide some assistance financially to the hospital. So that's what this is kind of morphed into. The board has invested a lot of money into hiring ECG, hiring Cecilia, as well as within the budget for this last year. They've infused $5 million to help the hospital if need be. But just as you sit here and discuss many items, you guys need to be clear on if there's any money invested, what that means, what is it gonna, if there's gonna be risk, and there's a lot of contemplation, a lot of discussions. And to see if we invest money, 10 million as per se, are we gonna come back 3 months later and have to invest another 10 million to save the hospital? So ultimately, the board felt best to move forward with this to really understand where a solution may lie. And out of this ECG study is what they're suggesting the county move in as for an offer to put on the table. It's a non-binding offer. They may not go in that direction. They may not accept it. It may be in the court's hands. There's a lot of things that are unseen or not clear. But there is definitely, it's in bankruptcy, and the bankruptcy court may be the one deciding whatever's on the table in which direction that they would suggest. So I just wanted to maybe elaborate a little bit more with regards to that. It's not a hostile takeover. It's just trying to help in a way that the county can help.
And the offer was to run the hospital or to assume the operation of the hospital. I guess that's the part where I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, I think the idea here, in addition to providing financial support, is for the district to retain ownership of the hospital, but transfer operations through the JPA to, in partnership with Salinas Valley Health as an operator.
So you're saying JPA.
There's a JPA structure that would be responsible for operations, governance of the operations, and then a management contract with Salinas Valley Health.
And who is going to be in this JPA?
Certainly the county, if they choose to do so, the healthcare district itself, and any of the cities that want to be involved. It may just be that Salinas Valley itself cannot be a part of the JPA because you'd be conflicted. The governance should not be the operator, right? There's a contract there. So they would be under contract to manage the hospital.
Um, I'm just trying to wrap my head on what we want from the hospital. Um, County, the county has an extra $10 million. I thought the county was under the reserve right now. Are you guys doing okay?
I don't think this is easy for the county, but they also know how much it would cost them if the hospital does not remain viable. I think that's the decision they're making.
So let's get caught in this obligation. The obligation. Due to the obligation. I mean,
I think I heard that right. I mean, if you want.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's better.
If you could just recap the obligations that the county has as far as healthcare and how it's going to affect them if there's not a hospital.
As mentioned earlier, there are obligations, 5150 Ingenet care. There's quite a few other things that would be obligated by the local jurisdictions, including city of San Juan Bautista. If there is no hospital, law enforcement, if there is an issue, would have to send these individuals to other counties, to other hospitals, which then would cost law enforcement time. It would cost the city of San Juan money to outfit safety, to drive out there, stay with them, address the needs, and still have, you know, some oversight here from a safety perspective. The same with the city of Hollister, as well as the county of San Benito. So there's a lot of potential cost. It'd be amounts to the millions that we've kind of calculated. Hence the reason why we did allocate out of our reserves 5 million just for this. Again, we weren't sure if we were going to spend it this year or not, but we wanted to have it available if we got to that point. Again, I think there's been a lot of work at the legislature level. The hospital's been working, the county has been working with the local legislatures on getting funding, which, you know, they were approved for, you know, $10 million loans. So there's been a lot of things happening, even on the county side, working with the senator and assembly folks to pass some of this legislation to make sure the hospitals are going to be sustainable. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, somewhat. Yes. Yeah, somewhat. I'm trying to think of. I mean, how many 5150 holds that will cost San Juan?
Well, the county also has EMS responsibility, so that
Yeah.
if an ambulance gets called and every time someone needs to go to the hospital, they're going outside the county, you might as well triple the size of your EMS for it. So, but the one thing that I think Ray did miss, that in most counties in California, indigent care, those who otherwise do not get access to care, falls to the counties. That's why in many counties in California, counties operate hospitals. You know, you've heard of a county hospital. That's why. It's because they are the provider of last resort.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get all of.
Yeah, no,
It's
I
been-
understand.
I did read through
I can tell.
there's a lot to absorb. So, and I don't think I have much more. I just hard for me to be positive about investing in a failed system. So the fiscal mind isn't, you know, I'm sure I'm trying to be as compassionate as possible, but still, we still have to survive as a city, and you know, we're hanging in there. But
Yeah.
but being able to throw any more money anywhere else is, and I'm only speaking for myself, that I think it would be very difficult.
Mhm.
And I'm sure the county's in the same boat, so. Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, well, I would highlight for you, the hospital is not hemorrhaging money. They are still have a positive operating margin.
They
A
just
lot
got
of
a-
this is
they just
about
got 10
creating a
million.
better hospital.
They just got 10 million from
That's
the
a
state.
loan. That's a loan. So this was their operating performance before the
No
change.
interest loan, yeah,
Mhm.
but they still got it.
Yes,
So
they
they're,
did.
yeah, so Okay,
I think it's about building better healthcare and creating better capacity for your growing community that's going to need it.
yep, we grew 18% last year.
Wow.
Fastest growing county in the state. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sacramento. Okay, that's, thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. This is a really important issue. It's important for everybody in the community. It's kind of new to us, because we're over here and we don't always get involved in Hazel Hawkins. I will, in full disclosure, say that I have been to the last two district hospital meetings, and so I kind of have a little bit of idea of what's going on there. I would say that 2 years ago, the district board was kind of a sleepy little board that didn't really ask a lot of hard questions, was more of a rubber stamp than anything else. I know from the month of September to October, they increased the metric that you talked about, which is cash on hand and days of operating expenses. They increased it from 30 to 40. That's a 25% growth in my quick math. That's pretty good. So I think we might be a little premature. I'd like to give them a couple more months to see if that continues. They get a little more cash on hand, a little more days of operating expenses, before we wade into the waters. Because JPAs do, I'd like to ask the attorney, what are our liabilities under a JPA?
In general, it really depends on the JPA agreement.
Okay.
That members certainly can be jointly and individually liable for the debts and obligations of the JPA. So it could come back if you don't protect yourself in an agreement. It could come back to the members. But in our situation, we would try to protect ourselves and be very very protective is what I would say, of given what kind of investment we would want to put forth, and just build in as many protections as we can.
Yeah, the hospital today has really two chunks of significant debt. The first is bonds, and in what we're thinking that the bonds would continue to be repaid by the residents who voted in favor of taking out that debt. The other one is retirement, and what that means is that their pension is not fully funded, and they are not the only ones in California whose pension is not fully funded. But I think as their operating performance improves, they would want to seek to fund as much of that as they can. But those are only the two biggest sources of debt today.
So I would add that most cities and counties have not fully funded their CalPERS obligations. And the last two cities that went into bankruptcy in California, one of them was Vallejo, was solely due to the funding liability for CalPERS. So that's a serious subject. Getting back to JPAs, the last JPA that I know of that this city entered into was Monterey Bay Community Power, now called 3CE, and we had to write a check. The city, San Juan Bautista, had to write a check into an escrow account, and quick news, it was returned uncashed or whatever. But there was, all the cities that joined in and counties were putting in money into this system, and the good news is that they hired really qualified CEO of the operation, and they repaid back in less than 6 months. So, but I don't see that happening in healthcare because of the situations that you've spoken of, that half of the hospitals are in the red, and that's really a serious concern. And frankly, that concern needs to be addressed at the state level. That's, to use an old saying, that's above our pay grade, in my opinion. And I want to save the hospital, and I think it can be saved with that. I'm just think it might be a little premature. I too read through the packet very carefully, and it doesn't have enough financials for me to feel comfortable yet.
We have not, so that is our next step in the process. So what you're seeing is a retrospective view of their performance. The
Mhm.
work to be done is a forecast and to determine what the capital needs might be. Your community has one thing going for it that most California hospitals cannot have, and that is that healthcare, the operations of a hospital really benefit from volume. And the volume at Hazel Hawkins has deteriorated over time. But it's not because your community has shrunk, right? So I think reputationally having the opportunity to bring in good physicians, to have, Salinas Valley is one of the highest quality operators in this region, very, very good quality metrics. And so those are the things that I think are going to help them grow. And that's what's going to drive their financial performance.
Well, that gets me to my next point. I was told by several people, and I have several friends who live here, right here in San Juan, who were employed by Hazel Hawkins or are employed by Hazel Hawkins. And I've been talking to other people. The driver for hospital metrics and hospital income is a steady, not a steady pool. I'm searching for the right words here. A pool of general practitioners and pediatricians and things like that who refer patients who broke an ankle or something like that, or have some sort of disease that I don't know about. And they refer them to the hospital for a procedure or for an overnight stay or whatever it is. And that's how the hospital makes their money on these things. And right now, I don't even think we have enough pediatricians and GP practitioners
Or specialists,
in the county.
Problem.
In the county.
Mhm.
I think the district needs to have a full court press to build that up.
Yeah, it's expensive.
I know everything's
Yeah.
expensive. That's not news.
But you're right.
Yeah, so
It should be a priority.
we need to get the referrals to the hospital or patient referrals to the hospital. So the hospital gets some income.
Mhm.
And then that's how I see that. And that's a way to combat bankruptcy, combat the lost money or whatever it is. Because as you aptly pointed out, Watsonville's now right back in the same position. They had
No. That hospital was losing $23 million a year. And in the first year, they turned that to a $2 million loss. And they actually have 2 operating changes that could bring them to profitability. Are they rolling in money? Absolutely not. But they did do a $20 million turnaround. You got to give them credit.
They got an infusion of $30 million from the state and then a $30 million from the community. That's $60 million. And as far as I'm concerned, it's gone. It's poof, it's in the air. Okay, I know it's keeping the place going.
No, it went to pay debt, the creditors.
Debt and creditors, which is,
Mhm.
and they're back in the red again. So and it didn't take them very long to get back in the red. And if you think you were starting from zero, you would work to get yourself into the black. Because a company, a county, a city can't work into the red forever. It goes out of business. It goes bankrupt.
Yeah.
Or-
Well, I think you and I will disagree about how they are actually on track in their business plan. It's not overnight, but so far they've turned $20 million operating margin and they have a path forward. It's tough. They could use a partner too.
Yeah, I fully realize that. And but they're still operating in the red. They're not turning a profit at the present time.
That's correct.
Okay. So I have a lot of other questions. I don't want to take up too much time. So my feelings on this is we just need to wait and see what happens. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you for all your hard work. I just want to say I have questions in regards to, was there any other potential buyers or parties that were interested besides Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital? You said that often counties run hospitals, and I did work, I'm a medical provider. I worked for Monterey County Health Department, their clinic services, familiar with Natividad, and then also Santa Cruz County. So those counties run their hospitals. Well, actually, Santa Cruz does not run a hospital, but runs their primary care clinic services, which our county is in dire need of. We do not have enough family practice or primary care physicians. most of the physicians are not contracted with the hospital other than a 1099 employer, which is an independent contractor. So that doesn't give the community, a lot of faith in their system. And I feel like, Hazel Hawkins, I was one of the babies that was born there at the old hospital. I probably Scott was too, I don't know. So I understand the importance of that hospital, but I feel like they just sort of kept themselves in a world of bubble for so long. I've been a lifetime community member of the county. I've lived here most of my adult life. And now all of a sudden they want to come to my town as they sit on the dais and talk to me like this, when before they weren't interested in my little town. And I've watched it from the outside, and I honestly have to say that they don't hire local people. I tried to get hired there several times and was rejected or ignored. So now they want to play nice with me. I'm just bringing it from a perspective of me personally, but also how a lot of my friends and a lot of the community feel that they weren't being transparent enough. You gave a CEO, not you, speaking theoretically, hypothetically, you gave a CEO the golden parachute and he left right before this all hit the news. The CEO for Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital just resigned, Mr. Pete Delgado.
His intention to, he'll be there for a year or more.
Yeah, so nonetheless, he's resigning, and that means there'll be a change in administration. So that's something that the community needs to be aware of. So that's kind of, throws a little doubt. And I also have to just bring it locally. We have a Hazel Hawkins Rural Health Clinic in our town, and I have not once ever seen those people come out to a meeting. I've never once seen them come out to our seniors. I volunteer at the senior center occasionally, more often recently. And I just don't see them being part of my community here. Unfortunately, I think they have to change their perception and their perspective to be more community oriented. Our town is not in the business of running hospitals or medical clinics. I'd like to see how this all pans out, how it all falls out. And I hope they do stay. And one of the reasons I feel that people in your report, you said that a lot of people go out of the county for their healthcare services. That's because the county is one of the fastest growing county in California. We are a veteran community. Those people that are coming here are Kaiser members. They're members of PAMP up in Palo Alto. They work in the Bay Area. They're not going to come back home to a doctor appointment when there's a shortage. They're just going to continue with their same insurance benefits from their Bay Area employers. I mean, that's the reality of it. So we have to look at all the factors of it, and we have to.
It's a complicated picture.
Yeah,
it's
very
there's nothing that you
complicated.
say that I disagree with.
Right, right. And also the board of hospital board members and the upper management for a long time did not disclose and not really reach out to community. They were, like I said, in a closed loop, a closed bubble. Doctors have left and they have a hard time recruiting.
Right.
So, unfortunate, but anyway, we'll have to see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
I echo what a lot of the other council members have said, to some extent. My only question and comment is, it would be hard for me to support financial influx to an institution that, like you said, people are going out of the county. Flip that first. Flip the perception, make people want to go there, and then ask for money. Because otherwise,
Yeah, there's a bit of a chicken and an egg here, because I think what I've heard is that people want that change. But it will require investment. And so I think we're seeking to find a path forward that satisfies that tension.
yeah, I get that. Fix the house before you sell it. Nobody's gonna want to come by.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not
and
gonna go there.
I want to point out, because you made this comment too about weight. It's the district board is the one that made the decision that they would actively seek to sell. So I think that they have made, and for a long-term goal, I get that. Because it's hard to be a standalone hospital, but I just want to be clear that we didn't decide that the hospital should change hands. Yeah.
And I get that. It's not about shifting blame. It's when I'm sick and I don't feel good,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
You
go
don't wanna
to
go.
a house that has issues.
Yeah. And for your community, I think that you deserve to have a healthcare delivery system that you want to go to. Or if you don't, that you don't. But right now it's the people that can leave. And I don't think that's what you want.
Thank you. Couple of questions. One, how does that affect our clinic here? At one point during COVID, we, Hazel Hawkins pulled out, and there was such an outcry because our seniors don't have a place to go. And it's hard enough during COVID to get them from one place to another next door, never mind going all the way into Hollister. So how does that, the county or the formation of a JPA go to keeping our clinic an active clinic with all the amenities that we need, and plus some? How does it affect, I know Aetna's pulled out of a lot of healthcare providers and industry. How does that affect us becoming a part of this? Do the other cities and want to be run a hospital?
Well, I think not.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what we're proposing.
We need a lot more staff than that.
Yeah, and you know, I really want to emphasize, because so many of you have brought it up. I think that, you know, that is one of the strongest findings in the ECG report, is the investment that needs to be made in outpatient physician infrastructure here.
Mhm.
And so I do believe that that is where Salinas Valley is very aligned with the thinking of the Board of Supervisors on that topic. That really is what the need for capital is basically about. And Salinas Valley has already done that in its community. They employ about 135 physicians in their market, and it's just needed. These days, doctors don't hang out shingles, right? They need a structure that's supportive. They typically like to work with colleagues. It's not a standalone deal anymore. And I think the investment like that needs to be made here.
We actually have some physicians from Salinas Valley Memorial working at Hazel Hawkins, which is kind of cool if they're thinking about coming in. Does the letter intent from the board prohibit any other entities from coming in? Somebody comes over tomorrow and says, hey, I'm interested in buying.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You know, and I really think that the priority here is for the hospital to have options, and for the
Absolutely.
community to have the opportunity to look at those options and decide for itself, because this is a public asset. Even though the elected board could make a recommendation, any sale of the hospital would have to go to the voters. It would go to the court first, and then it would go to the voters. So I think we're trying to approach this with a listening ear, and really do want the best possible option for Hazel Hawkins.
I would agree with that. I think everybody in the community does. Thank you very much. Public comment. Do we have anybody on Zoom who wishes to speak?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anybody in chambers?
Seeing none.
Thank you. Any more comments from the council? Go ahead.
Yes, I have one quick last comment. If Salinas Valley was to do a management contract, what's to stop them from literally sucking all of our patients down to Salinas and
That's a great question. That's a very, very good question. So same way that your counsel was telling you a little bit about how the details, the devil is in the details. So management contracts need to be approached very, very carefully, because you do want the managing partner to care about this community and this hospital. And I think that'll be a very critical agreement in terms of making sure that they have an incentive. They will need a financial incentive to do that, because I think they clearly have the incentive to bring patients to their existing hospital, but we want to give them an incentive to help us here. Good question.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the CAO?
I just wanted to thank you for your time. Really appreciate your time. I know you got a busy schedule today, got a packed house. Really appreciate going first too, by the way. But no, thank you for your time, and more will be talked about this topic on Tuesday with our board. Please listen in. It'd be great for you to see how it comes. And then, you know, we most likely will, depending on the outcome of that meeting, continue, and we'll have more information for you down the road. So,
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to our house.
yeah, it's been a pleasure. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Good night. Good luck.
Introductions. We have a couple of introductions, along, if the council allows for several. Our first introduction would be for our recreation assistant, Caitlin Brady. Well, yes.
All right. Yes, yeah.
City Manager Don Reynolds, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Caitlin, for coming tonight and joining our team. Caitlin began about 2 weeks ago, a start of our new recreation program approved in our budget. She comes as an experienced 7th grade teacher, and during the interviews, we relied on the community to help on the panel. And I think they were really impressed with how she emphasized how she enjoyed the recreation part of teaching more than teaching, and wanted to come and try it on full time. And she landed with both feet on the ground, and had some experience last Thursday that was really great to help out with the seniors. And I think she's going to be a great success. We have a reception on Friday at 4 o'clock, chance for people to come out and meet her at Left Park. And that's the whole idea, is to get Caitlin out of the building and into the community and keep her busy. There's so many partners to partner with, the school districts, the mission, the state parks, the list that goes on. So there's a lot to learn before we have programs hit the ground, but we're off to a great start. So Caitlin, I just wanted to give you a chance to say hello and introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Caitlin Brady. I've met some of you already. Like you said, I was in teaching the last 5 years, and then decided to make the switch over into something else. One of the best parts about teaching in the school that I was teaching in was a small school, and I got to have my kids actually in 7th and 8th grade, and I got to know their families, and we did a bunch of community activities together, and I got to host some of my own at the school there. And I was realizing that that is part of that job. That's the best part, where you get out, you go hang out with the parents, and you meet them, and you actually meet your community face to face, and you make those connections, and you end up building such a strong bond just because you're in the same place at the same time. And then that's exactly what this job is giving people an excuse to be in the same place at the same time. So you have like kid programs and teen programs and senior programs and town events, and just get people out and together, because as I have learned in the last 2 weeks, the community feel here is very strong already. And so just giving people an excuse to hang out with their community is like a dream job.
Super cool. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah.
And who doesn't like to play, right?
Exactly.
Councilmember Friels.
No, I had a chance to talk to her earlier, but welcome aboard. It's should be fun. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. It's great. I've been hoping for this for a long time. People who know, I used to be on something called the Strategic Planning Committee, and this was 7 or 8 years ago. We asked for a recreation tech part-time, and it took 7 or 8 years.
And here we are.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Hi, Caitlin. I met her last Thursday. I sort of got volunteered to open up the senior center, and Dawn was bringing her over to introduce me, I think, where I met her. And I needed help. I was kind of nervous because usually Mary Edge runs it. And so Caitlin just jumped right in and helped me. And it was like she never missed a beat. It felt like we knew each other. And we did an okay job, huh?
I think so.
Yeah, and she even called bingo.
Yeah.
So welcome.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
Welcome. We're very happy to have you. Help me plan some softball events.
Sure. You know where to find me.
She will be appearing here Monday through Thursday.
Yeah, her schedule's 20 hours a week. She doesn't generally work on Tuesdays, so
Correct.
and we of course will work weekends and other things in there.
Yeah.
for me too.
Awesome. Very cool. Caitlin, welcome.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? I'm not even gonna go with concerns from Zoom or chambers. Everybody say hey to Caitlin. That was awesome. I couldn't have planned that better. Thank you very much and welcome. A couple of more introductions, if the council will bear with me for a moment. Thank you very much. The one of them is not an introduction, but a thank you and goodbye to Chief Bob Martin Del Campo. I cannot thank you enough. Your services here in San Juan are immeasurable. Your staff is phenomenal. It's been an absolute pleasure for me and my honor to have you as our chief, and thankful for everything you have done for us, and very much wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. And I'll be seeing you around the neighborhood, right? You're
Yep.
still perfect.
Still living there.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement. I appreciate this.
Our pleasure. Councilmember Friels.
It's a little scary at first, but you'll get used to it.
Yeah, I'm getting used to it real quick
Yeah.
right now.
And it'll only take about a year or so to get your sleep back. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your service for Hollister, the county, the state, and the United States of America.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're a great American.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We really appreciate it. I hope you have fun and go fishing, man.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Just echo what Scott just said. Thank you very much for all your work. And I know you do a lot of work with the military back in the East Coast and such. And thank you for all that and helping them with their fire safety and emergency preparedness. It's all critical for everywhere, but especially here in San Benito County. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Hello, I think it's the first time I've met you. So hello and goodbye. And congratulations and enjoy your retirement. And thank you for all your years of service and dedication to our community.
Thank you.
Be safe out there.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Thank you for all your work. Happy retirement. You will get used to it.
Yeah. Need that.
Anybody from Zoom?
No hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Chambers? Thank you. City Manager?
I just want to give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
And then maybe,
New guy, right?
yeah, maybe Chief could make the next introduction.
Next victim.
Can I?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
So on Friday Friday is my last day working in the fire service. On the 21st, I will be in retirement and Chief Dover will be taking over. So Battalion Chief Dover came in the early 2000s, right?
Right.
Straight out of the mechanics field into this position as a firefighter, an engineer, a captain, and then battalion chief. And he's held the battalion chief position down since 2017. And now he's in the corner office, so have at it.
Well, I just want to say I thank you for the support. I'm not new to San Juan Bautista. When the fire contract first started in the city of San Juan Bautista, when they started the merger, I was actually the first captain assigned to San Juan and worked with the volunteers. I'm a reserve. I started out as a fire reserve and I've worked myself up higher in the ranks. So I've got some history here. I hope I got some big shoes to fill, obviously, coming in behind Chief Martin Del Campo. Obviously, when you're a fire chief, the goal is to leave the fire department better than the way you found it. And this man, he's done that. He's come in, he's continued to work with the merger contracts. He's updated all of our fire equipment, our apparatus. He's bought 9 new apparatus since he started this whole project. He started a training tower that was installed out at the water treatment plant for that's being used by multiple agencies. And he's a big deal for San Juan Bautista. He's worked out the Aromas Tri-County mutual aid auto aid agreement, which that's a huge benefit to the people who live in San Juan Bautista, because that just brings more equipment and more service into your area, and when in need, a lot faster. So I got some big shoes to follow, but hopefully I'll be up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome. But before you gentlemen leave, if you can please bring the fire marshal on.
Yeah, he's on Zoom. You get the two.
I think he's a panelist.
Chief Pagola.
Chief Brullo.
Guy in purple.
Oh, there he is. Chief, welcome.
Hi, it's me. Sorry.
Wait, where'd you go?
Hi, it's me. Are you here?
Yep, we have you.
I was just preparing for the fire report, so we could still continue on with the agenda, but you guys are in great hands with Chief Dover. We're very excited to have him on there. So I'll stand by till the report till it comes up if you want to wait me to wait.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome. Good luck to both of you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you all. Public comment. The council will take no action on items presented during public comment. Comments are limited to 1 comment per person per item. 3 minutes. Do we have anybody speaking on public comment?
We have 2 chambers.
Chambers? Sure, chambers.
We have 2 speaker cards in chambers, Esther Trujillo, followed by Margaret Galvan.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Esther Trujillo. I was born and raised here in San Juan Bautista, born in Hollister, but raised here. My family and my parents are from San Juan, and they have lived here all their lives. My mother came to San Juan in 1940. And she's still here. She's 96 years old. Anyway, my concern is I lived in New Mexico for about 55 years, and I came back home just 2 months ago. I'm a new resident now here in San Juan. I live in Franklin Circle, and I came up on an encounter with one of the city employees. He was cleaning out the water hydrant on my street. So I went outside to see what was happening. And I said, what is it that you're doing? And he said, well, I had some complaints. The city had some complaints here in this area that the water was orange. And I said, oh, I said, not only is the water orange, the water smells bad. And every year I used to come home about 2 to 3 times a year. And every single time, nothing has changed. The water still smells. The water is not drinkable. My parents and a lot of other residents here in San Juan have to buy bottled water. Now that gets expensive. And now I'm having to buy bottled water because I cannot drink San Juan water. Not only that, but when you purchase a case of water, they're charging you for bottle, what's it called? Yeah. I thought, oh my goodness, that's terrible. So anyway, I was just wondering, and it's a big concern with a lot of people here in San Juan. Has any studies been done about the water? The city worker was trying to explain to me that the water is drinkable and it really doesn't smell. No, it doesn't, I said. It smells every single day. The minute you turn on the faucet, it smells like sewer. And I said, I don't know how people continue to live with that kind of situation. And so I was wondering again, has it been studied? Has anybody come in to the city to check about the water?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi,
Good
welcome.
evening.
Good evening.
Yes,
Yes.
oh. My name is Margaret Galvan. I have lived in San Juan forever. And I don't even know if this is the right time to speak about this, but it's the right time for me. And I just want to voice my personal view publicly to our city council. I just want to talk about living here. I have seen, for so many years, I have seen people come and go. I have lots of relatives that live in San Juan. I have relatives out of state, friends out of state that love to come visit in San Juan. Everyone, I mean, I've never ever heard a negative comment about their visit here. And what they leave away with, which sometimes is not, you can't put it into words because it's more of a feeling. And I like that the logo about the spirit of San Juan, because that's really where it's at. It's a spirit. Let me see. Oh, well, just that I would like to see our town remain how it is for now. I like that people come here to enjoy the beauty. There aren't too many of us left, really, small towns such as ours that offer what we do, the beauty, the wonderful surrounding areas, and mostly the people. Because when you are raised in a small town, there is a spirit and there is a something that you can't quite put words into. And that's what makes our town, the spirit that the people carry. So I just want to say that I hope that you capture that spirit in your hearts when you are thinking about voting for growth in our town. And so I'm just asking that you keep it the special place that it is. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any other speaker cards in chambers?
Seeing none.
Thank you. We'll go to Zoom.
We have one hand raised, Ms. Guibert.
Hello, good evening.
Hi, welcome. Hi.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, city staff and community. And it's quite coincidental that I'm following Margaret Galvan because I'm representing the spirit of San Juan Bautista. I'd like to invite everyone to join us for our second Sip and Celebrate Beer and Wine Stroll in historic downtown San Juan on Saturday, November 4th, from 1 to 5 p.m. Participating businesses will be paired with a local winery or brewery where attendees will be poured a 2-ounce taste of wine or 4-ounce taste of beer. The stroll will also spotlight our local nonprofit theater, El Teatro Campesino, and proceeds will benefit El Teatro in the restoration of their playhouse. The stroll is day 4 of a 5-day Dia de los Muertos celebration. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Spirit of San Juan Bautista. Early bird tickets are available now at $45 on Eventbrite, and at the door, tickets will be $55. Tickets include a souvenir collectible Sip and Celebrate Beer and Wine Stroll tasting glass, a wristband and lanyard with map featuring all downtown pouring locations. For one tasting at each site, 20 locations in all. So don't wait on this event, and tickets went fast in 2019, and we anticipate they will go fast again. So join us in the cultural festivities of Dia de los Muertos, which really should be San Juan's signature event. And feel free to wear a mask, face painting, or traditional costume. And I want to congratulate Margaret Galvan for stepping up and applying to be on the San Juan Bautista Cemetery District Board. She and Rick Edge were recently appointed, and I'm grateful for that. So hope to see you on November 4th. It'll really be a fun, spirited, traditional celebration of the indigenous traditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands?
See no other hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing public comment. Informational items and reports, treasurer's report and monthly financials.
Hi, how's it going? Good evening.
Hi, Michelle, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I'll go over a brief overview. So we're now in the third month of the new fiscal year. So I'll give you an update on the financials and where we stand. So if we start off with the general fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 51K. The month-over-month change was an increase of 4K. So a little bit lower than usual, and I'll explain why. So revenues are still in line with expectation, no anomalies there. On the expenditure side, no big anomalies, but worthwhile mentioning that we had more operational costs that came through, annual charges that just came in a little later. So that's why we're seeing more cash go out. With that in mind, some of the vendors that stood out for August were South Bay Conservation Resources, which is to construct the force main to Hollister under CIP 2302. And then MNS Engineers, which you guys are pretty familiar with now, is our city engineer fees based on consumption. So those are monthly fees. So that's kind of where we're at for the general fund. For the Water Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 166K. The month-over-month change there was an increase of 55K. So we're still running slightly higher than what we budgeted for, which is pretty good. And it's normal for this time of the year. And for the expenditure side, everything's kind of in line with expectation with all our normal recurring expenses. So nothing stood out there. For the Sewer Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 165K. The month-over-month change there was an increase of 81K. So revenues are running slightly higher than budgeted, and that's due to our commercial account that's doing a lot better right now. And on the expenditure side, the only material call out would be the sewer line project that we have going on. So we're going to see an increase in expenses there, or expenditures. So that's all I have for now. One quick note. Just to make the warrant listing that you have in front of you relates to August, since we are talking about August financials. If you would like to see and discuss September warrant listing, just give me a heads up. Happy to speak more about that at the next city council meeting, so I can prepare.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Frails.
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a quick one, and Michelle, I'm not sure if you can answer this one or not. Dale Coke, is that our final payment for the property?
I'm hoping that it is. The company that bought the pellet plant is struggling to find a big enough rig to move the actual big tank that's out there. And I saw it this afternoon when I gave the city attorney a tour. So hopefully Mr. Koch will be lenient and let that sit there without having to pay rent for it. The fence is down.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks, Michelle. Do we have any comments from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Zoom.
No hands raised.
Michelle, as usual, thank you very much. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, you as well. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Friels.
Okay, I have a couple. I'm on the the mosquito abatement. And we did get a notice from the county. There is what they were saying, West Nile virus is still active in portions of the county. The way it sounds, it's mostly North County, Dunville, Lake Road, Fraser Lake, all up through there. And they are going to be taking action on that as far as a treatment plan. And some of the tips I gave, and the reason I'm bringing this up is it's pretty important. West Nile's, it's a legitimate virus. The tips: inspect for standing water weekly, drain or turn over anything that can hold water, flower pots, planters, pet bowls, old tires. Old tires are notorious for mosquitoes. Clean your bird baths, clear debris out of your gutters and your storm drains. Just things like that. Make sure that there's no standing water. And this is hitting a little home to me because a friend of mine that I grew up with and I went to grade school with and high school with, who lives up in Northern California, contracted West Nile. And he's struggling. He's fighting for life. He has encephalitis and he has meningitis, and he's been in the ICU for quite some time. So it's legit. If you're concerned about getting bit, there, of course, limit your activities, especially around dusk. Wear lighter colors, and then they suggest, put on DEET or oil of lemon or eucalyptus. That normally helps. So just please take that serious. If you have old, bird feeders or something that look like they're getting nasty, clean them out. Okay, another thing, COG last month was a big month. We had a town hall meeting and we hosted the California Transportation Commission. And it's one of the first times I believe they've ever been to San Benito County. The town hall was run incredibly well. It was so informative. It was a great meeting. The Speaker of the Assembly, Robert Rivas, spoke first. And in true San Benito County honesty fashion, he laid out the facts on how not very happy we are with some of these projects that are happening in the county and why it takes so long. And just him setting the bar with his being candid was allowing everybody else, our presenters, the boards, allowed them to basically loosen up a little bit and say what they meant to, say what they mean. It was very successful. I haven't heard anything from the California Transportation Commission folks, but they did do a last day bus tour. And did you do the bus tour?
No, I did not.
You caught up with them at the mural. Yeah. And they loved our mural. They were impressed by the bus tour. They got to sit in Highway 156 traffic for a while. And then the cheaters, they bypassed and took the new road on the way home, so they didn't have to get stuck. We had the presentation was at Paynes and Holster, and then we had a dinner over here at Hardeen's, and it went really well. And it was, I have to say, I've been to League of California Cities presentations. I've been to the International Municipal Clerk presentations with my wife. I've been to the U.S. Fire Administration 12 times, and this was at par with this town hall meeting was at par with some of these big hitters I've been to in the past. And I think it made a difference. And now we're even hearing from people in Southern California that Speaker Rivas is telling folks in Southern California how much we need help. When they complain about their roads, he kind of laughs. He says, "Oh yeah, well, we have this one called 25. You ought to see it." So I think it made some progress. I was really proud to be a COG member. So, and that's the only one I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
That was a big one, and you're right, it was very good. So the committee's the Central Coast Broadband Consortium met a couple of weeks ago, and we discussed the state of broadband as a truly essential utility service just like electricity and water. Committee has established the following goals to help cities and counties close the digital divide: collaboration with local government and ISPs. So I'll add a little aside here. I think we, San Juan Bautista, are doing a really good job with that, with people like Elise. And it's both parties should partner and prioritize to establish wireless broadband infrastructure in unserved and underserved areas lacking fiber and infrastructure. We also need community outreach and education, awareness of wireless broadband and its pivotal importance in rural settings, given there's a lot of potential concerns about cost and security or the benefits of high-speed internet. Local governments and ISPs need to organize community workshops to help close the digital divide. They also recommended that there be affordability initiatives to make wireless broadband accessible for rural residents and small businesses. Policies might be instituted to reduce costs. So I'm going to add an aside here. We are doing an excellent job. The Rotary Club with its balanced access is doing an excellent job in that. And I think we're a model for the entire Tri-County area, period. And then the fourth goal is to have community broadband programs. Local governments could collaborate with ISPs to finance community-driven initiatives. Once again, just repeating what I just said, but they had 4 goals. Everyone's got to have 4 goals. So anyway, to reinforce the belief that internet access is a universal need, ensuring that all community members, and this is social equity, folks, can reap its advantages and in turn bolster the local economy. So I'll go on to say that the consortium is recommending a hybrid model, which is a combination of fiber and fixed wireless access points. This avoids the expense of laying fiber in rural areas where it's not cost effective, where homes and businesses are very far apart. The fiber is very expensive and the price for access in rural areas would be prohibitive. So the fixed wireless can give internet speeds of up to 1 gig down and up. And correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Thank you. So that's pretty impressive. Going on in my next meeting, AMBEG met last Wednesday and the following items were discussed. We received a report on regional growth forecast. San Benito County is the only county in the Tri-County area to grow at a greater pace than 0.5%. Our growth rate is expected to be 3% this year. That's for the entire county, not necessarily San Juan Bautista, but the entire county. The data analysts, which are employed by AMBEG, tell us that some industries will grow, and those industries are agriculture, healthcare, and social assistance, and some industries might see job shrinkage, such as retail and information technology. In 2020, the region experienced major job losses and just is now returning to the point of 2020. We have an aging population, which means smaller household sizes. More construction of housing will mean that overcrowding and vacancy rates for rentals will return to normal. And that could mean that rental rates could be lower over the next few years. We also received information on our 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Sustainable Communities Plan. This is a 20-year long-range transportation plan that AMBAG does for the Tri-County area. And that's all we really need to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. So I attended 2 meetings on the same day, and I'm going to let City Manager Dawn talk at length about one of them, which was the CHIP. I was late getting there because of traffic on San Juan Hollister Road. And the CHIP stands for Community Health Improvement Plan. And there was a big study done. It's called the CHA, which is Community Health Assessment. I don't know all the details because, like I said, I got there late, but what they're trying to achieve is they did this assessment of the county. They, went into the demographics, all the standard metrics and measures, and coming up, what our task is part of this, I want to call it coalition committee, is that we want to come up with priority top 3 clear goals of how to improve the health in our community and our county, countywide. So there are different stakeholders. Dawn and I are here representing the city of San Juan Bautista. Of course, there's the natural stakeholders, the health department and their crew, behavioral health, etc. And then we had a person, I think from Aetna, one of the insurance companies, maybe firemen, I don't know.
Sheriff was there as well.
Yeah, so there were quite a few people concerned with, you know, the overall health of our community. I will go back, Don will go back. We have some Zoom meetings, so that will avoid the problem with the traffic, because right now it's really bad with the ongoing construction. The other meeting after that I went to, that Don was also at, was the intergovernmental meeting. And the main topic, and you can correct me, Don, if I'm wrong, is the traffic issue. That seems to be the conversation. And what they wanted to talk about was all these, we call them cheaters these days. And I'm really interested in this because the traffic's getting diverted through our community. Any of you guys that live here, work here, you see the traffic, just people zooming on 2nd Street and zooming on 4th Street to bypass all the traffic on 156 to turn left at the Alameda. And those that don't do that maneuver, they just race through the valley. So we have some serious accidents that have occurred most recently, you know, very serious accidents. And they're talking about how can we calm the traffic. And one idea that came up was restricting the left-hand turns from the arterial roads, the little valley roads like Bixby, Lucy Brown onto the San Juan, you know. And I don't know what we can do as the city of San Juan other than to support it, because it's mostly county. But I think we can definitely do what we can in our local level in our city. And one of my ideas, and I'm just going to throw it out there today, is to really look at our overall speed limit in town. I feel like it needs to be across the board a lot lower than what it is. I think we have 25 in some areas. And I see people just speeding and people trying to get home that are commuting from the Bay Area and cutting through our town, cutting through the valley. But specifically, because I am a city council member for the city, I want to focus on the city of San Juan and how we can deter that, because it's just going to take one bad accident where they're going to, you know, one of these drivers is going to run over a child. You know, we have children walking, biking, we have seniors that are walking, using their walkers, their scooters. We have a lot of families that moved into town with dogs, you know, just people on the street. And I think we need to really ensure that our citizens are safe and we're not at the expense of someone trying to get home. I understand they want to get home. It's a long day, but we're not going to be their racetrack for them. And so I'm happy to be our voice, and anyone that wants to give me any ideas, please contact me on city email. And I can't remember what else was at the meeting, so I'm going to defer to Don when he gets to talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
I got to sit in on the water board meeting this week, so I didn't get to go, or this month, didn't get to go to the LAFCO meeting as an alternate. But the water board meeting was pretty quick, but there was a lot of talk about as winter's coming up and in the El Nino year, rain is expected. There was a lot of talk about setting irrigation back and things like that. There was talks about the county's plan to comply with SB 552, which is a drought management plan. And then talks about, you know, the ongoing plans to pay back and remove water softeners and water cleaning things, units in the county. And at that time, most of the stuff I was just taking in because it was my first water board meeting. But I did speak up at that time. And as the longtime resident who's moved back, I told him it's hard for me to look people in the face and support removal of home water cleaning units when the water that they're receiving is so bad. I can't ask somebody to do that. I don't feel good about that. And so I know we do have plans to improve some of our water. We tackled the long project of wastewater and water still on the subject, but with respect to this meeting, that was my comment to them, and there were comments back about, different types of systems and things like that, and I'm like, that's cost for people who are already suffering with bad water. And so the onus has to be on improved water input, as opposed to asking residents to do something else about their already bad water that we all pay a lot for. And those were the only points from that meeting that I had.
Thank you. To piggyback on Councilmember Frail's comments on the California Transportation Commission, District 5 is still talking about it, and how much money can come into this area. It was amazing to have the districts here in the first place, coming to our little county was really amazing. The meal at Payne's was awesome. The presentation at Payne's was incredible. The candidness of Speaker Rivas, wonderful. Hardeen's was so inviting and not so warm, but it was it was a good time. And then once again, I had the opportunity to show off our Washington Street underpass mural, which is a collaboration between San Benito Arts Council and Caltrans. Absolutely amazing. I've been to several of them, and I think ours is by far the best. I also got to present the mural to Jonathan Marconi from the California Arts Council, who was super impressed with the Teatro Cappuccino and the mandalas done by Credo and our underpass and all that we have to offer in our little community. Quite amazing. The LAFCO meeting, we retained PCA Policy Consulting Associates. Jennifer Stevenson, who is the principal there, is now our executive officer. Her firm is also our MSR consultant. So it was a little bit of a surprise, a pleasant one for all of the LAFCO board to see to find out that she was also an executive director. So we have some depth there. We have some pretty good resources, and she is working on our wastewater MSR right now. What else? I had an opportunity to visit with Senator Laird from Santa Cruz, who in a little over a year will take over Senator Caballero's district, and we'll have Senator Laird over here. Did a little bit of a tour of the city, met with Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, met with our city manager, and wait for it, saw the underpass. It's out of the way. I can't say enough about this underpass. It's out of the way, yet it's like the talk of the state now, pretty much, which is super cool to bring everybody here. Attended a farm worker housing task force put on by the Latino Coalition. Very enlightening. There's a couple of housing developments that are going in the county and the city of Hollister to support folks who have been working on ranches for a long time, and to put housing in for them to be able to say, this is now my house. So that was really cool too. Seniors listening sessions, for a moment, they will be held at the Native Daughters for anybody who attends on the Thursday luncheons. The community center at some point will be closed down for renovations and the acoustics being put on. So the Native Daughters will be hosting lunches and bingo. Thank you very much, Caitlin. There were a couple of other meetings that I attended, but nothing very substantive. Visit California just had a meeting there. It was a Zoom meeting held by Dana Stroud was the moderator of it, and talked about tourism, and JLL will be their contractor for bringing tourism to California as a whole thing. And Spirit San Juan Bautista already advertises and holds ads with Visit California. So lots of things that came full circle. That's about it. Questions, comments, concerns from anybody? Zoom, chambers, nothing? Don, do you have anything to report out at this time, or do you want to hold off till the manager's report? Okay.
I'll wait till the manager's report. Thank you.
Sort of. City council announcements. This is an opportunity for the council and staff to share the community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the general public. Councilmember Friels.
I just wanted to parrot what Vonda said, sip and celebrate November 4th. The last one, they sold 400 tickets and they're shooting for 500 this time, and over 100's already been sold. So they're going fast, and as it gets closer, they're going to sell fast. So tell your friends, tell everybody, so it's a fun event. Added some big hitter wineries too. So
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
It's going to be really fun.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I just echo what Scott just said about the sip and celebrate. When we did it last time, it was a big success, and second time around, it should be even better.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Just wanted to say that at the last county planning commissioners meeting, they delayed the vote on the landfill expansion. So there are going to be 3 community meetings, and I could not find the dates, but I know they're coming up next week. You can go to the county website if you're interested in listening to those presentations. There's 3 meetings. The vote will be coming soon. And I would suggest, if you are interested in what that landfill expansion is about, to listen into any of those meetings.
Thank you. I think the meetings are October 26th, 27th, and the 30th. You're welcome. Councilmember Sabathia.
I don't have any announcements other than sipping and celebrating. Sounds a whole lot of fun, but I take it.
Thank you. Sip and celebrate, huge. I will be a guest pourer, not sure where I'll be at, but I will be a guest pourer. And a big shout out to Margaret Galvan and Rick Edge being appointed to the cemetery district. Vanda mentioned it. I just want to reiterate it. Is Margaret still back there? Thank you, Margaret. We appreciate you.
If I may, I forgot one last thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so did I.
Go ahead.
Thank you to the one of the 2 San Juan committees, and I forget which ones they are because it's very confusing to me. But I thought they had a fall festival, and I thought it went very well, and I thought it was well attended, and I thought it was well run, and it was a big success. There was a lot of people from out of town, which is what we want. We want people to come in and from other places to spend their money. And that's always a big plus. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I had some cheery news now. On Thursday, I'll know a little bit better about the Union Road closure at 156 around. They're talking around Thanksgiving that they'll be closing Union Road at 156. So I'll have a little more information on that. It was kind of a bomb drop in everybody's lap. So next month I'll have more information on it. So be prepared. Around Thanksgiving, they're going to close Union Road at 156. So
thank you.
we get tickets for sipping for.
Oh my gosh.
Eventbrite.
Come on up.
I don't know if I needed this or not. Just to hit on John's point, I don't know what the confusion is. Because.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rhonda,
sorry.
from
Rhonda, EO.
EO, my
Inaka,
apologies, Inaka,
Part of, member of
Sam, Spirit of San Juan Bautista.
But I just want to clarify, there should be no confusion. We are now Spirit of San Juan, we changed our name, we did the right thing. Whoever they are is still calling themselves San Juan Business Association. There should be no confusion. Clearly, there should be no confusion on how the events went. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. And somebody else from the chambers had a question. If you can come to the podium and please ask it.
Good evening,
Name,
Chris Martirana.
thank you. Question?
Where might I buy tickets for the sip and stroll?
Sip and Celebrate.
Sip and
It
Celebrate.
is on Eventbrite.
Okay, not just for me, for everybody else.
Yep, and
Eventbrite.
Eventbrite.
Thank you.
And you can also go to what? Spirit of San Juan, but sorry.
Yeah,
Rhonda,
Spirit of San Juan Bautista, Instagram, Facebook. We're also gonna have posters out that have a QR code, so you can walk up and you'll be sent.
Awesome.
We'll make that noise.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that question. Any other questions? Or stuff going on that we missed? Oh, one more stuff going on that we missed. Oh, she stole a pen. Borrowed. Replaced. Thank you very much. City manager's report. Can we take a break right now? Or after? Nobody's gonna ask questions. So nobody can manage that report. I'm sorry, of course
Okay.
we are. City managers report.
Okay, we'll go quickly. I wanted to thank Sylvester Uranich representing the sheriff's office is here today and Charlie Bedoya. And I'd like the sheriff, Lieutenant Uranich, could you help us out with a status report on the sheriff's work?
Welcome, Commander. Thank you.
Nope.
Can you please unmute yourself?
There you go.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
we can. Thank you very much.
It's a little bit loud over here. I'm at the Elks Lodge for the Public Safety Appreciation Night, so sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll be giving you guys the monthly report for the month of September. We were a little bit busy. September 14, we had a debit card fraud at the 800 block of Mission Vineyard. $1,000 were taken. We don't have a suspect information. September 16, we had a traffic collision with the driver was under the influence on 2nd Street and Washington Street. The suspect was located. He was intoxicated and he had to be physically removed from the vehicle. While he was getting removed from the vehicle, he was threatening deputies and he was booked at the county jail. September 10, we had a driving on a suspended license, 100 block of Nyland. And then September 19, we had a warrant arrest, 3rd Street, Polk Street. September 19, we had a warrant arrest and a battery causing grave bodily injury at the 200 block of 3rd Street. It was at I think it was Daisy's Bar. There was a fight. And a subject punched another subject. The subject was located at his house and he was arrested the same night. September 25th, we had somebody that we placed on a mental health hold. It was a juvenile. September 29th, we had a petty theft at the 200 block of 3rd Street. And then the last one, we had September 29th, we had a traffic collision into a residence at the 40 block of Church Street. nobody was injured, but there was a lot of damage to the residents. And then I want to congratulate, I know Chief Del Campo's not there anymore, but I want to congratulate him for all the years of service he gave the fire department in the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. And congratulations to the new chief, Dover. And other than that, I don't have anything else unless you guys have any questions.
Thank you very much. Please extend our apologies for not attending this evening. No representation from San Juan as we're at a council meeting. We appreciate you all. Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, good evening, Sheriff. I have a quick question. I understand that recently you're going to have a shift change or hours for patrol here, active patrol in San Juan Bautista. Originally, we had up to midnight, and now I understand that they're going to be brought down to 10 p.m. Excuse me, is that correct?
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, so Deputy Villanueva is going to start working the same days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, from noon to 10. And that's more because we felt like during the later hours, there's not a lot of people out and about. So this makes Deputy Villanueva be out there more. He can contact the community more. If we see a change of things going on in San Juan Bautista, like criminal activity, then we'll switch it back. But as for now, we're going to switch it from 12 to 10, see how that works. Especially now that we're getting to the colder season where, you know, there's the bars are still open, but it's not the summer and there's not a lot of people out and about. But if anything changes or if you guys feel like the other schedule worked better, just let us know, and then he's flexible and we can move him back to 2 p.m. to midnight.
Thank you. Yeah, my comment on that is that it's a deterrent if, you know, the community or whoever is thinking of maybe, you know, some shenanigans knows that there's someone here till midnight. And I understand, you know, there hasn't been a lot of activity maybe, but I feel like living here for many years, and people in the room can attest to this, that weekends are still kind of lively, you know, down at the local bars and, you know, that sort of thing. We have weddings still. So maybe, but I'm glad to hear that you guys are open and flexible to going back, or maybe doing a combination of early days during the week and later during the weekend, however that would work out. But I appreciate it. I just think the public needed to know that, hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun. Be safe.
Thank you. And quick comment. If it doesn't work out, just let us know. And then, like I said, he's flexible. We can switch him back. It's up to you guys. Whatever you guys decide, we're on board with that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thanks, you as well.
Chief Padilla, could you get us up to speed on the fire department this month?
Absolutely. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I am Charlie Bedolla. I am your fire marshal. And good evening. So for the month of September, we've had one fire. We had 17 medicals, 8 vehicle accidents, and 2 inspections. The vehicle accidents, they include incidents which occurred outside of San Juan Bautista city limits, with engine 14 responding, and the fire ended up being a trailside court fence fire. In addition, we've awarded our contractor for the shaded fuels reduction grant that we have, which one portion of it is to add a shaded fuel break all the way up San Juan Canyon Road. So we've awarded the contractor. Now we have to take it back to the city, our city, to go ahead and ratify it. Once we get that done, then we'll go ahead and start it for this year, and then we'll get it again for next year. So it's a 2-year contract. It's actually a 3-year contract. This year, shaded fuel break all the way up along with Cienega Road. Next year, all the way up with Cienega Road. And then we're buying a piece of equipment for the county so they can continue the work after that. We're in the process of hiring a training captain, which will be on the 40-hour work week. That's still in the process. He should be on board pretty soon. We're still going through the process on that. We've hired a new assistant to the fire chief. Her name is Veronica Mena. She just started last week and she's doing great right there. The fire protection committee meeting for this Thursday was canceled. We're going to reschedule it just because we are going through the change of guard right now, and we have gone through the change of guard. As you all know, Chief Bob Martin Del Campo is retired, and Chief Dover will be taking over the reins as the interim fire chief. We're real excited about that. And if you missed it, we did have a changing of the guard, changing of the color ceremony last night. The mayor did get to see that, so we're very fortunate, and I'm glad she did get to witness that because it was really touching little ceremony. In addition, right now we're completing, actually this month, we're completing our mandates, our hotels, apartments, and school inspections. So once we complete those, we'll bring those back in December to give the report on those. And on the sadder note, we recently had a recently retired employee, fire engineer Dave Young, passed away earlier this month. So we're all saddened by that. This Saturday, we're going to be attending his and hosting his services in Hollister at Grunegal. And while we're doing that, Chief Dover arranged for Cal Fire and Gilroy Fire to cover for us so we could attend the services of our lost brother. So you're in good hands from 10 to 3 with a BC available too. And that's all I have. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Friels, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, Morris Lopez, Councilmember Sabathia. Chief, thank you very much. Be safe out there. Have fun.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you,
You
Chief.
as well.
Okay,
City managers report.
wait, where am I? Where am I? Okay, just a few slides. As we know, COVID remains an issue, although we would like to think it's a memory. City's hall staff and library have come down with COVID in the last month, but we were able to maintain both facilities as open to the public and prevented the spread to other employees, kept it isolated. So the protocols work, but depending on where we go and where we travel, there's always a risk, including our assistant city manager last week. We sent the housing element to Housing and Community Development to the state for review in time for the December 31st deadline. We had a very busy planning commission agenda on the 3rd of October. We approved a new housing unit, four-bedroom project on 45 Washington. We reviewed revised gas station plans, and we received the ad hoc committee's review of the zoning code and pop-up uses. So they've been working hard, recommending a streamlined business license program, just to summarize that, if you didn't have a chance to see the meeting. We coordinated with the state of California and the SB2 grant. It's a $160,000 grant that we've held in limbo until we could get a firm handle on our sphere of influence, which is on tonight's agenda. We're changing it. We got the state to agree to allow us to change it from south side growth pattern to more of an infill focus. We strategized with the MCR consultant to update the plan and received a second extension from HCD. Pardon me. The public health, community health improvement plan, as mentioned by Councilmember Morris Lopez, describes the county health strengths and vulnerabilities. The PowerPoint that I shared with the council late last week summarizes in about 20 pages some things that stuck out for me, and I shared this with the county health department today, where the COVID deaths per capita is low, but the aging Latinos is 4 times higher than white. So it really exposes some inequities in our community and gives us areas to focus. And I asked them today in follow-up comment if we should be considering a health element for our general plan and taking the findings from this assessment improvement plan and making it part of our general plan. A number of cities have done that over the years. I was interviewed by a county economic advisory committee consultant. He agreed that sometimes things seem a little bit fragmented. There's a lot of different groups doing a lot of different work, and it'd be great to have one leader umbrella. although I've emphasized that San Juan Bautista has a unique economic development needs, especially its reliance on tourism and sales tax is special in our county and sets us apart from the other two agencies. We received the county broadband study written by Teleworks. I shared that printout, those slides with the council last week. It's their final report, so it'll be going to the IT committee for the county, and they'll be taking action on it. Although 99.9% of SJB is serviced, they found the city needs broadband policies. I had to confirm their statement that there's no fiber in SJB when we know we have fiber here in the closet behind me. And what they're referring to is no fiber to residents, directly to residents. So we've done a lot with Etheric and with garlic.com to help them take advantage of the fiber in our town and get that out to our community. That's how we reach 99.9% service, but it still could be better. They were relying on data from the FCC and the CPUC, and there's a great discrepancy there. The FCC was reporting 4.6% of the county residents are without service, resorting to satellite services, most of them, but the CPUC thought it was 21% in the underserved. So there's still some questions from their assessment moving forward. 80% of our community county is serviced by chartered spectrum. We know that. And they have a big grant application that's pending that will really help with fiber should it come to. And I believe that's with garlic.com as well. Great. Okay. Let me know, as John would say, let me know if I missed anything on that. Water status. We had a concern today about the city's water. The diagram and the map describes how we will buy 60% of our water from the San Benito County Water District. And the point on the right side of the map is the West Hills treatment plant. And they plan on now sending the water up through the old 156 up to our well 6 at Mission Vineyard Road. The 30% drawings on this new route were supposed to be completed by the end of September, and I understand we can expect them by the end of October now. These concepts then will be priced, and we'll be moving forward again on getting that project off the ground. Hopefully it'll be then approved for 100% design and then implementation. This project is moving slowly, and we're trying to kickstart it again. Well 5, we had some serious pump failure at well 5 in September, amounting to about $37,000 in expenses. We had to bring on Majora back in town to help us get that back up and running as quickly as we could. The crew did a great job responding to that. And then we had the water quality complaint that was referenced today in Franklin Circle, which is the first water complaint in more than a year. And so we resumed flushing the lines, as we heard today. So just so the community understands, we rely on groundwater now, and we're going to be importing surface water from the water district and blending that with the groundwater. So that is our next focus now that our force main project is under construction. So every month, we have a water update report for the council. And with that, we have a wastewater report as well. But for some reason, I put the SOI committee first. We really stepped up efforts. They met 3 times in 1 month, and the results are on this agenda. So congratulations to them for working so hard in the past few weeks to bring that report forward, and to Brian Fouch for heading that up. On the wastewater status, we had our great groundbreaking ceremony. I thought it was really well attended. We did get an article over to Benito Lake, and it got published. So that was just a really fun day of celebration. We are reaching out to growers regarding the schedule, especially the traffic control, and then the future plans of how to best connect our growers. With the new help at LAFCO, it's really making that process a lot smoother. So we really welcome Jennifer and from PCA at LAFCO. We felt like we went 6-9 months without a solid contact there. So that's really going to help. Construction has been delayed by logistics. We expect the pipe to arrive on site November 6th. So we'll actually have shovels in the ground the first week in November. And just in the last 2 weeks, we've executed both the EPA and water board agreements for the $4 million in grants. So that's what we've been doing with our wastewater project. I attended the Benito Lake listening session. I know a number of council members attended these listening sessions. I think they're really great. These are some of the quotes that I brought back from the meeting in Hollister. Governance is holding us back. No one will come to sit an hour in traffic, was the Hollister business owners' concern and question. Squashing the entrepreneurial spirit was one of the takeaways from that meeting. There was the superintendent from the Pinnacles was there to say that attendance is growing from 350 to 500,000 per year, which is great. But she was concerned that not many locals are going to the Pinnacles. It's interesting, we have an ordinance in our municipal code about night sky preservation. And she said that the growth in our county is a threat. And so when you hear that the county is growing the fastest in the state, it could be a threat to something like the night sky designation that we enjoy attracting tourists at the Pinnacles. One of the takeaways was the interest in funding a tourism bureau. It was a popular idea amongst the 20 or 30 people that were in the hall. 20 years ago, the chamber became a visitors bureau, and that's they're concerned about erratic funding for them. So yes, San Juan does not fund it currently. It was stated that we are the Temecula of 20 years ago. So I don't know if we want to be Temecula and golf courses, etc. But that was one of the sentiments that was shared. And if the ranchers felt disenfranchised by lack of tourism attention, there was a lot of talk about tourism and agriculture. COG is back in business. It's great to have their executive director back in business, as mentioned by Councilmember Friels, the CTC in San Juan Bautista and Speaker Rivas. That's a really great impression. I had been directed by Councilmember Freeman to get a memo to the resolution to COG to fix Highway 156. And COG just quickly responded, and that's the discussion item at the end of your agenda, because they were asking the Caltrans and CHP how to get a resolution to them. So we'll touch on that a little bit later. 156 completion is now expected in the fall of 2025. And the roundabout on Highway 25, I don't know if you've seen the video, but there's something that's called a turbo roundabout. And if you go to COG's website, it's a pretty cool video of how that works. Turbo, what is a turbo roundabout? So LAFCO is also back in business, and we touched on that. We participated, providing over 100 documents to LAFCO for the municipal services report on sewer. And what Jennifer explained was that that's really going to help complete a complete MSR for our city that we'll need to speed up the application of LAFCO on the SOI urban growth boundary plans that we'll be discussing later. Just a couple more. Cal Cities Conference in September. Jackie Morse Lopez and I attended. We did a lot of things together in September, Jackie. Turns out. Adopting to the changes in the retail environment was an excellent conversation based on the California Main Street model and hosted by them. The mayor of West Hollywood was there. They talked about making parklets permanent for food and beverage services. They call it the third place, that people are not buying retail in downtowns as much as they want to come and they want to eat and be entertained and have a place to gather. So this is the theme in economic development for downtowns, according to the folks that headed this conversation in West Hollywood. Their parklets are called out zones, and they've been really successful, and they're going to keep them. They even have mixed uses for retail during the day and food and beverage at night. But they're still in retail, they're still having trouble hiring labor force. Nationally, the cities is providing digital support for retailers to help them take advantage of the online purchasing, and anything we can do to enabling pop-ups. It was great to be at this conference and hear that we've already got a committee on that, and Chair Jose Aranda and Dan DeVries, Commissioner DeVries worked on that for us. And then the other theme for downtowns was helping property owners use the second floors of their buildings. A lot of them remain vacant. At the next city council meeting, our deputy city clerk has booked a trip years ago before she came to work for us, and it is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So we're wondering if the council would entertain meeting a week early on the 14th. And then our recreation assistant was introduced on this agenda. It's great to meet Caitlin and have her on board. We attended the senior listening session, and yes, we'll be moving to the Native Daughters. That was already discussed. And our public safety items were all covered tonight, including the chief's retirement, the deputy hours adjusting to 10 p.m., And we need to initiate recruitment for the public safety coordinator position, I hope in October. And then animal control was also part of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. And we were very busy this month, 7 different cases of loose dogs or vicious dogs. Our code enforcement officers spent a lot of time on animal control this month, and I think that's important because we don't really have a formal program for that. But Chief Venoso in Hollister is wanting to work with us on that. So in that, happy to take any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
Did we get the permits for community center?
I did not see a building. I asked every day. And we're waiting for responses from 4-Leaf. They're due back Thursday, so I'm asking every day.
That's it.
No is the question.
Yeah, that's enough.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Gotta ask my question, you know, it's a community hall, when's it gonna get done? But when are we gonna get started? Yeah, that's it.
It is nice to see that we join the rest of our citizens in slow permitting. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, just a question on the statement, helping property owners use second floors. Was that in West Hollywood or here in San Juan?
That's something that they're doing in West Hollywood. And we had a similar issue in Salinas where we had 2-story buildings with residential on top, and the residential was remaining vacant. So we're looking at loans, low interest loans for property owners to help utilize those second stories.
Okay. No other questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I attended several of the listening sessions in the very beginning, and one of the comments I had was the very first question that they spoke about. They had done this 12 years ago or 10 years ago.
10-year anniversary for the
10 years ago. And they asked how well the community interacted with each other, the county, the city of Hollister, and the city of San Juan Bautista. And they had Post-it notes that you could put up, agree, strongly agree, somewhat agree, disagree, strongly disagree. And I put strongly disagree, and everybody looked at me and said, why? And I said, because the very first slide that you have on the presentation about the community getting along together was the San Benito County and Hollister. What happened in San Juan? And I'm like, once again, and they didn't change the slide the whole entire presentation until, I mean, you were at tourism, it was the same exact slide. Very disappointed in that. Hopefully, though, something comes of this listening session. They were fairly well attended, and they had, I don't know, 15, 16 of them. So hopefully something comes of this. I walked into the foundation and they said, come sit down. That was for me. And then we started, I don't know how word finally got out to attend. I think a lot of individuals were emailed by, this was a Benito link thing. I think depending on what your forte was, they sent emails out to specific people.
There was a session just for mayors, right?
No, it was government.
Oh, government, okay.
It was elected officials, it was the mayor and I and the Hollister
I
mayor.
didn't get invited to that.
No, it was more than that, though. It was fire and sheriff.
The DA and the sheriff.
The DA, yep.
All those people, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was emailed by Benito, so don't blame us, blame Benito.
And I guess everything else was just comments from your listening session that I had questions about, but you answered them. Thank you very much. The seniors, I'm Good. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor.
We might have one. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Rhonda from Enoch again. I also have a small bookkeeping business in town that I recently moved out of my home over to 53 McClemmy. And I heard you guys kind of squabbling about 4-leaf. I would reconsider them. I sat in my office from 8 o'clock in the morning. They're supposed to be there. They didn't show up until probably 1:15, 1:30 after several calls to the city, to Michelle, where are you guys? We got to move on with our day. Came in, maybe there 3 minutes. It's just a bookkeeping business. I don't know why I needed to be inspected. The fire department came 5 minutes. So just my experience with 4-leaf, not very good. Just
We share your sentiment. Thank you very much. Any other speaker cards?
No.
Oh, that's what we do these
Sorry,
days.
Armando Venegas, one thing, Don brought up about the water, but we had a complaint about water. We need to maybe let our citizens know, or have something and put it in the mail, like in our mailer. If there's any concern about color or smell, as far as the public works will come out and we will flush the hydrants, because, you know, just to try to clear those lines if there's like dead ends anywhere. So, thank you.
So water quality complaints on color and odor, taste and odor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything on Zoom?
No hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If we can take a 5-minute recess, the council would appreciate it. Can you please mute chambers? Thank you. Hey, folks, can we settle down in chambers, please? Thank you. Yep. Yeah, we're on the consent agenda. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Thanks for the break. Consent agenda, item 8, all matters listed under the San Juan Bautista City Council consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member from the city council or public requests the discussion or separate vote. Councilmember Friels, would you like to pull anything? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Nope.
Thank you. To no surprise, I will be pulling 8C and 8G. Do we have any comments from Zoom or chambers on A, B, D, E, and F? Or does anybody wish to pull any other item? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve A, B, D, E, F?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. Items 8C was pulled. This was actually a street closure for on last month's agenda. So that will be removed. May I have a motion to remove it?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Yeah.
Pull it, it's it. Thank you very much for that. And I am pulling G to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of September 19th, 2023. We're going to table that to the next meeting. Do I need a motion? Perfect. Sweet. Thank you. We already did the break. Action items. We're gonna push Flock to the end. Just kidding, just kidding. The agreement with Flock Group Inc. to install and operate a citywide security camera system. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This report comes to the council after a lot of work from our Public Safety Committee. The council budgeted money for a public safety initiative. And we went to town to research security camera systems. To the extent that we had the King City City Manager and Police Chief come to the public safety meeting and talk about the amazing results they saw from their new camera system, reducing crime in their city. So with results like that on the horizon and working and talking with the city of Hollister that has a pretty old but sophisticated system, working with their IT manager there and their police chief and trying to figure out how to do this the best we could, we realized that it was going to take staff to support it. Having footage of the city every night is a lot of data and a lot of data storage and a lot of data collection. And so when the city council reorganized our public safety department and created and approved the position of public safety coordinator, one of the goals was to have them be responsible for the system and share the data with the sheriff's department and use it for investigations. And with that, I believe we're ready to recruit for that position. And with that, we could start to move forward on a camera security system. We looked at 3 different vendors. The vendor that was selected, I believe, is offering the least commitment from the city at $3,000 a month. Other vendors wanted to sell us a system for as much as $145,000 cash out of pocket, where we would own the cameras for 10 years. But this is a 2-year lease, and it's a low commitment. If the system that as designed doesn't work and we need to change it, there's more flexibility. And most importantly, if the system breaks, the Flock team will come and help us repair it. So I do have Amy Cornell to describe the system to the City Council from Flock, and Jake Sherman here to answer any questions about deployment. Amy, do you have your slides, or do you need us to put your slides up?
Yes, I have slides. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, Amy, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. And would I be able to share my screen?
That just happened.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Excellent. Are you able to see that?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So I'll go through this presentation. It's probably about 8 minutes or so, and then I'm happy to answer any questions as well that you may have. So I will start with just telling you a little bit about what the goals of the system are. I think City Manager Reynolds did a great job of describing what the system does. Our overall goal at Flock is to eliminate crime, all working together. We work with HOAs, we work with the business community, law enforcement, of course, as well as schools to make that happen. And I want to tell you a little bit about the company itself and how we started. So we started back in 2017, and that was a result of our founder, our president and CEO, who was the victim of property crimes. He and his neighbors in the city of Atlanta, where the company is headquartered, he was experiencing property crimes and was bringing evidence to police that the only thing that he had available, which was a lot of camera footage, like doorbell type cameras, and that type of thing. And the feedback that he was getting was, this is great, but what we really need to catch these suspects is a license plate and a vehicle description. So that's when he set out to create these products, and the license plate reader system, that's something that's effective and affordable and something that's easy to use and also protects privacy of everybody. So I want to tell you a little bit about kind of where we see things now. Of course, limited police resources all over the country. I know we are all feeling that, but crime is on the rise. What we are seeing this as an opportunity is not to necessarily replace police, but something that serves as a technology that is able to really multiply that force, and not in any way to replace the great police work done, but really to serve as something that can really be an effective multiplier there. And the system, and I'll get into this in just a moment too, captures and distributes evidence and is able to get that information to the correct user. So I want to spend a couple of minutes on how the technology works. What you're seeing on your screen now, that's similar to what you would see on a Flock license plate reader. So the cameras are able to capture the back of the vehicle. You're seeing the license plate. You see the make and model of the vehicle, the color of the vehicle. What you're not seeing are any occupants of that vehicle. You can't see the driver. You can't identify anybody who might be in that car. So it's objective evidence. These cameras can be placed pretty much anywhere. They're infrastructure free, very easy to place. It's 24/7 coverage, and you're getting real-time alerts from databases like the National Crime Information Center that we pull directly from, as well as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, because both Amber Alerts and Silver Alerts, which I'll get into, missing adults are crimes or are incidents that are frequently solved by using Flock cameras. And I also had mentioned no people, no facial recognition. This is not something used for traffic enforcement. It's just objective evidence. So talked a little bit about some of these, wanted to hit on a couple points here. This is only license plate recognition, not facial recognition. As I mentioned, not tied to any personally identifiable information. And also, I think it's important to note the data is not stored beyond a 30-day period. So this is something that's stored in the Amazon Web Services cloud, encrypted end-to-end, and it deletes automatically every 30 days, unless it's something that's pulled out as to be used as part of an active criminal investigation. A few ways that the technology can help prevent and eliminate crime. There's the proactive way, which of course, say a stolen vehicle is being driven through your city. And this is something that you can, the police can use to proactively identify that vehicle, identify that suspect, and make an arrest before more crimes are committed in your city, as well as, of course, the investigative piece and the cameras themselves serving as a deterrent. So I had mentioned protecting privacy, and that's something that's really key to the company and very important in these products, very important to Flock. So I wanted to talk about some of the ways that we do that. The footage is completely owned by the agency. So the city owns the footage. It's software as a service model. So the software is being utilized and owned. All that data is with the police department or sheriff's office. It's not something that's ever sold or shared by Flock Safety. And the cameras, the physical cameras themselves are the ones that are owned by the company. So it would just be the data that is owned by the agency. And then, as I mentioned, all the data is stored securely in the Amazon Web Services cloud. It's encrypted end to end to keep it extra secure. And a search reason is required. You can audit this system at any time to really drill down on how it's being used. But for any type of crime, like somebody who's even authorized to use the system within the sheriff's office wouldn't be able to go in and say, I'm going to look for every red Honda that passed by a specific camera at a specific time. They really need that search reason. It needs to be tied to a reported crime or a case number. And as I had mentioned, there's no facial recognition software. It's not used for predictive policing or traffic enforcement, and not connected to any databases like third-party databases such as Carfax or the DMV. There's one thing that I wanted to talk about that I think is unique to Flock, and that's our transparency portal. And this is something that is, I know that's a little bit small and tough to see, but I'll tell you a little bit about what this is. So this is a site that can be attached to your website or to your social media to really show the public and to show everybody how the system is being used. So you could link your policy on there. There could be information about what's detected, what's not detected, as well as there's a section for which agencies you share information with and how many vehicles have been detected in the last 30 days or 60 days. This is something that's customizable for each agency, and it's completely optional to use, but we have had a lot of communities see some great success from using this tool. And I wanted to end on a few examples of how we can use Flock and how Flock is used in communities. This is a teen arson, actually 2 teen arson suspects out of Ukiah. And this had been a crime that was unsolved. And thankfully, this suspect's vehicle and the license plate was caught on one of the Flock license plate reader cameras, which led to the arrest and actually ultimately arrest of 2 suspects. This is a hate crime. This is out of Los Angeles, and this actually the camera hit came out of Cathedral City, and that was a vehicle, the license plate reader that had picked up the vehicle, which led to the arrest of this person who had been targeting synagogues and becoming very violent. So good to get this person off the street, and thanks to that hit on the camera, we're able to do that. And then this one I like to show because this is something that really speaks to the preventative nature of how Flock can be used. This is a jewelry store robbery in San Bruno. And this jewelry store, these suspects ran into the jewelry store, masked and armed. The owner of the store was actually able to chase them off the first time. The police there were very concerned that the suspects may escalate, become more violent. So there was a description given of the suspect's vehicle. So that was able to be put on a custom hot list. And the suspects did in fact try to come back and rob the store again, but they were stopped in the parking lot and able to be arrested. So they were able to catch them before they even entered the store. And then I will end on this one. I did mention Amber Alerts. This is one out of Chamblee, Georgia. That's a suburb of Atlanta. And this is, this mother was pushing her baby down the street in a stroller when she was approached by masked and armed suspects who grabbed the baby, ran off, and got in a vehicle and took off. She wasn't able to get the license plate, but she did get the vehicle description, which was able to be put into the Flock system. And this child, along with the two suspects, were found about 5.5 hours later in Alabama, so a state away. And thankfully, the child was unharmed and he was returned safely to his mother. But it kind of shows, even a state away, that 5.5 hour period, every minute is critical, but being able to bring that child home and reunite him safely was extremely important. So I'm happy ending there. And those are all the slides that I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. And I know Jake is here as well from Flock.
Thank you, Councilmember Friels. Thank you very much, Amy, for the presentation. Welcome, Jake.
Question for City Manager: how much did we budget? Again,
we had $200,000 set aside for a capital purchase, and this is a cost to the city, an operational expense instead, recommending $3,000 per camera, 6 cameras, so it's $18,000 per year. So the $200,000 budget could last us several years.
Yeah, okay, that's somewhat getting at. Okay. I read through the report, so I don't have anything else. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I have a question on. So it's not for traffic control, correct?
Correct.
That might be a disappointment to several of the people around town. Thank you. That's, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, absolutely.
Just for clarification, Amy, we have different kinds of traffic control. It's not, could it be used for illegal commercial trucks in our town? Where we don't allow commercial trucks on our streets and we find commercial trucks in our town. That's a different than speeding or drunk driving or something.
Yeah, and yes, that is a great question. So it would all come down to a policy decision from your sheriff's office, from your city manager. That would be something that would have to be implemented into the policy about a use that would be approved. Most communities use it specifically for criminal investigations, Amber Alerts, missing persons, but there are certainly communities that use it for in a variety of different ways, and that would just be something that would come down to a policy decision.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I have one more comment and I got my voice back. I read in Monday's newspaper where Gavin Newsom signed a bill that allowed 6 cities in California to use systems like this. I don't know if it's this, but systems like this for traffic control. So the 6 cities are the really large cities, and you could name them off. You know, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, San Jose. There was no small cities in that list of 6. And so I gathered from the conversation in the newspaper article that it's kind of a trial run. And I'm not certain of that fact, but that was kind of the implication. the story in the newspaper that it's a trial run to see how it works. So I just thought I'd throw that out there that we might not be able to by state policy, because the newspaper wasn't real specific on state policy or whatever, but it's talking about.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for the report. This recommendation and plan was initiated and pushed forward tonight long before my tenure as a seated council member. So I do have a couple of comments and a question right out the gate is, do you have other clients the small size of our city that have your cameras for security? We are less than 2,100 people.
We do. We work with every size city all over the United States.
Can you name a city, please?
I can pull up, and Jake, you might be able to name off the top of your head in California near you. If there's one, I'm gonna have a slide that I can share with you as well that I'm gonna look for.
Okay, and with that being said, my comment is, like I said, this was put into motion before I became a city council member. And so I know that you take great lengths to, you know, uphold people's personal privacy and freedoms. I mean, there's laws now that protect people from having Ring cameras on their porches that are in violation of privacy and whatnot. My other question with that is covered with your company. My other concern is that you said the data is automatically deleted after 30 days. You don't have face recognition. But what are you hacker proof? You know, this goes somewhere in the cloud. Are you hacker proof?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is a great question. We actually, the server that we use is the Amazon Web Services cloud that is the most secure that is actually available to government agencies right now. And it's also, that's the other reason why it's encrypted end to end. So it's the safest possible. It's also the same system that's used by the FBI and by the CIA. So we definitely went with the most secure possible that's available.
Okay, and then my other comment, I don't know if your helper, your coworker found a small city like ours in California that has your system. But my last comment is we just heard from our local sheriffs that we actually are altering our patrol coverage because we don't have much activity. So I'm wondering that if we enlisted and went ahead with this agreement to have your cameras for security, and we found after just theoretically, maybe, 6 months, 90 days, we didn't have any need for them. Could we stop using them? Could we get out of our contract? I mean, if there's no need.
Yeah, so that's something that I would check on. I'm happy to check on for you. It would be a conversation between the city attorney and our legal team about, putting some type of clause in the contract that would allow for that. Of course, we have done that before, but I don't want to speak to what that might look like. But that could absolutely be a conversation to put a clause like that and talk through what might work for your community. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I was just going to jump in. It's Jake Sherman with Flock Safety. I have a slide with a variety of our agencies in the Bay Area, and I was going to share it, but it's not allowing me to share. Amy, I did Slack it to you. I don't know if you want to pull it up.
Perfect. Thank you.
So one of the benefits is that Hollister is beginning to invest in this system, Watsonville, Gilroy. And so if there were a crime committed in one of those cities and they were driving this way, the Flock systems would all be talking to each other, and it'd be making it a lot easier to track. And so that was one of the attractive parts of this. There is a list of cities in the presentation. I don't know that any are as small as ours. Rio Vista is a small town. But there is a list there for your perusal. And one of the flexibilities of this contract is it's 2 years, where the capital investment would be a 10-year investment. There you go.
Oh, my.
So there's
so this is the Bay Area, and as Don was mentioning, it's really it's a system that allows you to join a network. It's kind of a regional approach. So neighboring cities that may have Flock already, you're kind of joining them in this ability to track or investigate these different crimes, and having this solution put up, maybe it allows San Benito County Sheriff to investigate something that happened, that week in San Juan Bautista. So it's really, it's not a lot of work on your end. We manage the system. We provide all of the health of the camera, the safety of the cameras, and it's all covered under that 3,000 per year per device. And all of the investigation can be done over that 30 days by the sheriff's office if something were to occur in the city. Thank you for sharing, Amy.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you. How you doing? Any further questions?
Reading the list of cities and I don't see a small city. Thank you.
Oh my. Councilmember Sabathia.
There's one going in front of my house.
Right behind it.
Awesome.
There was plans for the roundabout, so you know.
I'm good with the roundabout.
That's why we trimmed the trees, Councilor.
Put it on the roundabout.
Thank you.
No, I want to stop the sideshows that are happening over there. I don't have any questions. My questions were all asked. I was curious about the specific types of traffic enforcement that we had, specifically with the trucks. It seems like a good investment to me. I'm for it. I like it.
Thank you. Thanks for the truck question too, Don. I appreciate that. One's going in front of my house. A question for our city manager. Chicken before the egg, the 2 new positions, the elimination of private security and adding an additional deputy. Do those happen? Do those have to happen before the flux system goes in?
No,
Okay.
I was hoping they could happen concurrently. The recruitment for the new positions could happen while we're figuring out these policies for enforcement and executing a contract, and that they would move together.
Perfect, thank you.
May I interject?
Sure.
Quickly, Rio Vista is not a small town. I just got it's 10,000. Yeah, it's like almost 1,100.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Amy and Jake from Flock, the grouping of these cameras can one be a standalone Danza Trail?
Oh.
The water tower, is there one at the water tower?
Yeah, we put one of our PTZ cameras. So there's 6 total. 4 of them are the license plate at the entrance and exits of the city, and the water tower does have a live video camera, and I think it's right by City Hall. There was a live video camera that we're putting
Facing 3rd Street, facing down on 3rd.
Okay.
because it's a higher traffic area, but yeah, those 2 would operate in kind of separate function, more situational awareness, ability to zoom in and.
Oh, super cool. Thank you for that. That was going to be another question. But could there be one further away?
So the license plate readers are solar powered, Jake, is that correct? And the PTZ require power?
Correct. The license plate readers are on its own with the solar and LTE, and then the Condor, which is the PTZ, those will need to plug in direct power.
So if we put a camera out at a remote place without power, then we would want to go with the solar power. That's
The license plate reader, which is what would be beneficial, I think.
yeah, perhaps.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was Hollister and Gilroy. Were they on board? And thank you for that fairly complete list of other cities. Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Hi, please state your name for the record. Can you please press?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much.
My name is Elise Brendel. I live at 13 Donner Street, and I just have a couple of questions for you. I'm assuming that these cameras deliver data wirelessly. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what frequency do you utilize to do that? Spectrum, 5824.
I don't know. I don't have that information. Jake, do you have?
Yeah, the frequency, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so to deliver the data, right? How are you doing it? Are you doing it wirelessly or are you delivering the data wired? So the camera takes the picture. How do you get it to AWS?
Yeah, it's encrypted at rest and in transit. The exact numbers I don't have off the top of my head, but I do know it's encrypted at rest and in transit to AWS.
Okay, let me do this. Here's your camera, right? It's out in the field. You've got to take that data and get it to AWS. How do you do that? Do you literally run a cable from here to like City Hall and then City Hall out the internet that way? Or is it wireless from here to City Hall or wherever you're taking the data? Does that make sense?
Yes,
So,
so it's wireless. It uses LTE and AWS.
Okay, so 365 is the frequency, just an FYI for you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That answers my question.
Thank you. Any other questions from chambers? Thank you. Zoom. Thank you. Back to council. Any further questions, comments, concerns from council? Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember. Yes, Councilmember Sabathia.
If we wanted a 7th to serve that purpose out on the hiking trail,
Yes.
can we do that?
I don't know. It's outside the city boundaries, so.
Okay, then no.
I would work with Valerie or whomever, the reach group and try and figure that out.
Good question. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and I have no further comments. Thank you both for the presentation. We really appreciate it. We've been waiting a long time for something like this to come along. I'll take a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Block Group Inc. for lease of citywide security camera system.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fields,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Abstain.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you both again very much. We really appreciate this. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Which one did we see?
90.
Due to the people that are in the room, we were talking about parklets and then sphere of influence there.
Parklets are a discussion item later. Okay.
But we have 19 people online and several people in the room. I don't know, it's up to the council if they would like to reorganize and try and appease some of the people who've been here for 2 hours. 3 hours.
The question was whether to move parklets on a discussion item up to next.
There's a lot of comments that we got on the Main Street too, written comments.
Yes, we did get comments on Main Street. Okay, Main Street and then parklets.
what's the,
But
why,
we can't discuss it unless we change it.
I get that, but why is parklets back on the,
Yeah, we
I
can't
thought we already
discuss
made
it.
a decision on parklets.
We can't discuss it unless we decide to leave it where it is or move it. So I guess it's leave it where it is. Thank you very much. Action item 9B, agreement with National Main Street Centers.
That item is brought forward by Brian Fouch. And he'll be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Assistant City Manager Brian Faust.
Thank you. So, this past year, the city council adopted or accepted the EDCAC's annual report. One of the items in that report, a recommendation in that report was that the city, already a member of National Main Street, begin a program a public engagement program to create a strategy, for the city with respect to Main Street. And the idea here is to enable the city to create, at least to begin to create an economic development strategy based on this public engagement program. The California Main Street, or the Main Street approach, is a transformative approach. And so I expect the public engagement component to be pretty robust. Amanda Elliott is here, and she is a panelist, and as soon as she's able to share her screen, she can go through the scope of work and the proposal. And then after that, we want to get started with the program. It's a $15,000 program, part of the $31,000 budget City Council provided the EDCAC for this purpose, and also for training and education for the EDCAC itself. So with that, perhaps Amanda can talk about the scope of work.
Well, good evening. Amanda Elliott. I am the Senior Program Officer and Director of California Programs for Main Street America. I did do a full presentation a couple of months ago on our Main Street approach and what we had suggested in terms of a proposal for transformation strategy for San Juan Bautista. I can, share my screen to look at the actual scope of work. Let's see. It doesn't look like it's allowing me to do that.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. Okay, so not certain.
There you go. It's up. Thank you.
See that? Okay. Let's see if I can go up just a little bit here. So, what we are proposing is the full training on the Main Street approach. And that is our time-tested 4-point approach, which is something that has been used through communities throughout the nation. I am a former executive director for a Main Street program in Richmond, California. I know that many of you are concerned about your town being a small town. We have main streets that some are 500 people. And so we have used this strategy and the Main Street approach in all types of communities throughout the nation. And again, we really focus on a comprehensive approach to revitalization involving the entire community to build that consensus around what we feel, you feel is really the unique assets that you have within your community. And again, that involves the organization in terms of working with partnerships with the city, with the county and others, property owners and folks that would be involved in, determining what the boundaries of your Main Street commercial district are, in terms of design and looking at beautification, promotion, events, and how you want to market your community, and then really looking at the business makeup and the economic vitality. So that would be training for the folks who are the key stakeholders who would be identified by your community. And so though each workshop would include a hands-on learning experience to complement the lecture and discussion. And again, then we would also come in and do asset mapping, engagement and partnership building. This work will be with your district to identify the local assets and how your marketing activities, your design enhancements and elements, really again, to reflect what are the local assets within your community, what are the niches specific to San Juan Bautista that you can highlight, and really prioritizing things around those assets. And then a full transformation strategy in downtown, developed and customized for you. It would reflect your district's position and on local and regional retail based on what's happening, and the marketing data that we collect in terms of surveying and community engagement, really looking at the business data specific to your region, also in California, and what are the physical assessments in your district that you can highlight. And then determining what the overarching transformation strategy would really be for your community based on, again, your assets, what is unique to you, and what your community decides that it wants to lift up. And we would go through all of these things that are identified here in the contract, and then go through doing a complete work plan with metrics that would be attached with a timeline to determine what will work throughout that time. So again, this would be a 9-month contract based on several of myself and other staff that would come into the community and host these meetings and work with you to really develop a full-scale plan for your identified commercial district that will bring economic vitality and really transformation in the downtown, working with those key stakeholders. And again, I think that you had a full presentation before. You should have copies of that. I can certainly submit that again if that is something that you need, but this is the general scope of work that we are proposing for the Main Street program. And I can stop sharing and if people have questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels.
Did I hear correct? We've been members for 3 years already?
No, we've been a member for about a year.
For about a year, yes.
Okay. And what has happened in that year?
Well, what's happened in that year, part of the EDCAC's exercise is to determine what resources we really need to have for San Juan Bautista. And exposure to the National Main Street Organization by EDCAC members allowed EDCAC to look at the value for the Main Street program based on the communication between other members that we have access to. So during the year, our EDCAC accessed all the Main Street communication, any kind of training that National Main Street might had to offer that our members could take advantage of in order to assess whether Main Street would be appropriate for San Juan Bautista. And we had basically asked the EDCAC to recommend between 2 different organizations, National Main Street being one, and another organization called Retail Strategies for another. And EDCAC had a couple of presentations from both organizations and recommended then, based on their experience through the communication network that Main Street has, that Main Street would be the appropriate or the best organization to conduct the strategy.
Okay,
So it's a learning process, basically.
so we've been members for a year.
Right.
Has anybody been to training? Has anybody utilized any of this training in the last year?
Yes, I would say that several of your
Yeah.
EDC members have participated in our ongoing monthly trainings and meetings that we have. We have a virtual meeting, and in those meetings, we offer a variety of webinars and trainings. And so just today, we had one on assessment districts and PBIDs, and I know that Darlene Boyd was there gathering information about how those districts are working in communities and main streets throughout California. My Main Street program implemented a property-based business improvement district and was able to gain funds from the property owners and engage with our partners, the city and others, to really create services beyond what city services could do. That is part of what the assessment districts do in terms of clean and safe, beautification, marketing, and those types of things. So that was something that we did training on. As a member, you also have access to our training, Main Street America Institute, which gives a leadership training. Also, I can provide board training for our members as well. So there are a number of benefits that you can check out on our Main Street America website, californiamainstreet.org. And so, yes, there are a number of opportunities. We have an annual conference that 2 of your Main Street members have free registration for, and an annual Main Street America conference that you also get a free registration to participate in.
Okay.
So this is just one of 2 organizations that the EDCAC is a member of. There's both CalEd and Main Street that we're members of and have been a member for about a year.
Thank you, Scott. Do you have any further questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
A number of sessions, so a single session, so this transformation strategies development strategic driven program is a single session. It costs $3,200. How many people can attend from San Juan?
That's based on however many people we can gather to get there if we have the space. There's no limit.
Okay. And can you help me with transformation? What is that, in your opinion, or your definition, what is your definition of transformation?
Yeah, so that's really looking at where you are, what is your vision, what is the need, what really the community and everyone has a vision for, and really working with that vision to determine what are the strategies that can really change to get the desired result that you want. So that type of transformation, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And the 15,000 it's not for a year, it's for 9 months.
It is a 9-month contract.
Right, this was proposed in our budget in the spring, and we talked about an economic development initiative, and this was a key component of that. And I had a follow-up question to yours, Scott. Amanda, Elliott, how does the transformation occur in a historic district, a historic place like San Juan, where preservation is really been the focus more so than transformation? I guess sometimes transformation is intimidating to people. We have so many historic buildings and it's such a historic place.
that can be one of your transformation strategies, really highlighting those historic assets that you have within your community. That is something that is unique to you. So we would use that as one of the determining factors based on the community input and vision, knowing that those cultural assets and historic preservation is one of the tenets of Main Street America. So that would not be something that would be going away.
Okay, I think we already do that, but I'm a little bit confused by that. I thought this was a year contract. I thought the 15,000 was for a year, so I don't remember the 9-month on the in the budget thing.
We didn't have that much detail.
Yeah, so we're okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
So, 2 weeks ago, I was on a Tuesday at noon, city manager and I were walking down the 3rd Street. And the really bad news is I could have taken a shotgun and fired it and not hurt anybody. That's really bad in my opinion. It just means the street was deserted. There was no customers in the stores. There was no stores open. We had to hunt for a place to eat lunch. We ended up at the Hardeen's, which was the only place other than the pizza factory that was open. And it's been like that for a long time, and COVID has made everything worse. And we need something to, in my opinion, to give us a shot in the arms. I want all you business owners out there to make lots of money. And I want you to make money each and every day, not just on Saturday and Sunday. It shouldn't be just a Saturday and Sunday town. It should be a town where people are walking around at least 6 days a week, and people who own stores, people who own restaurants, people who own bars, people who own whatever need to be able to make money on those days. And so I think that this is a way to get us going, because we're not going. And one of the things that occurs in small towns, if your town center fails, the town will eventually fail itself. And so and that's the worst possible outcome, in my opinion. So I really don't have any questions, but thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment on that point too, because with a downtown that isn't vibrant and doesn't have a lot of activity, a lot of times what happens is that economic opportunity goes elsewhere in town. So with a community that focuses on its downtown, on its main street, that sort of evolution of commercial districts doesn't really happen. So, we're looking for this to be the center of San Juan Bautista now and in the future. It currently is, and we're hoping it will continue. But the other thing is that we have business associations here. We have a couple of organizations that can work together through the Main Street program, and that I'm hoping will be an outcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go. How about it?
Okay, I think right now I'm gonna hold my comments until we have some more input from community.
And I just say that, the suggested timeline is 9 months. It could be extended to a full year if that is what is needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
So I'm all for, improving our downtown, and by improving, I mean, less vacant shops, more open shops, more restaurant opportunities, and increasing foot traffic. That's all great. When I voted to approve for the 15K spend, I was expecting not more planning, but something actionable, something that I don't know how else to articulate that. I wasn't expecting more training. I didn't think we were going for that. I thought we would come out of that with,
Yes, that is what you would come out with, an actionable plan.
I mean, we're coming out with an actual plan. I thought we were going to be taking action with this 15K, not doing more planning, not doing more training.
Well, I think one thing that happens with this program is that could be a lead into the Third Street Master Plan. So, when we have people that are talking about, what are the things that we want to have happen in downtown from a physical standpoint, I think the Main Street program can help the community come to terms with what that might look like. And yes, it's a planning program, but it's also a strategic program. So I think we're looking at it as a part of our overall sort of lead into an economic development strategy that incorporates the downtown as a focus.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. I think maybe
Okay.
I wasn't very clear. I'm disappointed that we haven't had a plan created through the training that we've been going to for a year and aren't ready to spend money on actually doing something and not going to more training.
So that I think there's maybe the chicken before the egg kind of, this is what this is for. So the general membership that you have is not a full transformation strategy plan from California. That's a whole separate engagement that we're talking about here.
Okay, I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you. I have a couple. I was on a call the other day and Darlene and I actually agreed on something. So we talked about a facelift in San Juan, and we have had several buildings who have painted themselves and put their makeup on and look really pretty. And Darlene said, and I might be misquoting, I apologize, but something to the effect of, we need more than a facelift. We actually need our building owners to work on the inside, to work on their infrastructure, to have water, to have good sewer, to have a building that one can actually have a business in. So that in our downtown I think is desperately needed. I have been to several meetings. I've been to a couple of meetings with association. Hello. The Hollister Downtown Association, who is a part of California Main Street. Amanda, they're a current member, is that correct?
Yes.
And they've been for several years, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And they did something similar in the very beginning of the HDA coming online, and have since taken over and revitalized the downtown. I'm sure they've had lots of help, and I apologize just for putting all of that on the HDA. They have a couple of other organizations in there that are working on it, including the city itself. Having said that, the EDCAC, I'm not sure is the right group to be involved with or charged with doing that. The EDCAC is an advisory group, and are supposed to be advising the council on what to do and where to go. And their advice was to do California Main Street. That's great. But we have a whole bunch of other committees, nonprofits that are associated with San Juan that have been working on bringing tourism in, or revitalizing downtown, or building owners themselves who have taken it upon themselves to redo it. We have the Historic Society, who has been trying to work on our downtown and what that looks like, preservation versus transformation. And I understand that transformation comes in several different forms. one is a paint job, a facelift, if you will, for our buildings, which will help preserve them. So I'm not. I'm not sure where to go on this whole thing. We talk about the downtown and our businesses. We have sorry, I need a word. Best of San Benito County. We actually have 3 businesses that were, and I apologize for throwing this out there. We have 3 businesses that were voted best of San Benito County. Those businesses unfortunately don't exist in San Juan Bautista anymore. We as a community, we as a city, we as a council, we as every nonprofit who works towards economic development and the revitalization of our downtown needs to start working on that. Brewery 25, Hapa Brothers, and Char's Boutique were all voted best of San Benito County. Unfortunately, we have let them go. We heard another presentation earlier about moving away from, or moving more towards hospitality and bars and restaurants as opposed to retail. There's a couple of other things that I see that we need to be moving towards is to our building owners and how they choose without a business plan, or maybe they do have a business plan, how they choose to let a business in that might or might not thrive. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to work on. And I don't know if Amanda, help me if Main Street can help us do that.
Absolutely. So I appreciate your comments and expressing that there are many groups that are there in San Juan that are working on some of these things in terms of tourism and really the preservation, and all of those folks would be the partners and the stakeholders that would participate in this whole engagement. The idea is to really have those who are most invested and care most about this, your city and your commercial district, to be involved in the transformation of it and the visioning and the goal setting and really working that strategic plan. So this would not this would really highlight that opportunity and really get all of those people at the table working together. So yes, that's really what we are here to do. And again, I can say firsthand, as a former executive director for downtown, that it still has its own challenges, but we were able, in the 13 years that I was in downtown Richmond, it was pretty much just known as crime ridden. People would not come down there. We were able to implement activities, plans that now have drawn new businesses there. We have a co-working space that was put in place there, and it is still operating. That was a partnership from the city, one of our corporate sponsors, a developer, and really the key stakeholders working together through our business improvement district, that we were able to do that. I was just in Richmond this past Saturday. The partnerships have grown. I'm happy to say I have now been with Main Street America, California Main Street, as the senior program officer for 4 years. So in the 4 years since the pandemic, it's amazing to see the transformation again that has happened in downtown Richmond. They had over 2,000 people on a Saturday afternoon in downtown Richmond, enjoying activities. We had a car show. I mean, all of these things that never were happening before. the Main Street approach. So I know that it is, you know, a methodology that works and can be worked in any community and any town.
Thank you for that. And I'm not necessarily against California Main Street. I've seen it work in other cities. I'm not sure that the EDCAC is the only entity that should be involved in it.
And I would say that I would agree that
Thank
we
you.
need partners.
Councilmember Morris Lopez, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, but I'm just going to be very forward and say, this sounds like more of the same. And I am disappointed to know that we've had a membership for a year and we've had trainings and there's been no deliverable, quantifiable actions taking place as Councilmember Sabathia stated. We have, you know, the other thing is that you mentioned car shows. We've had car shows. I have people in the audience here, community members that were responsible for putting on Dub Nation, VW car shows, lowrider car shows. So some of the things that you're listing, we already do. And we have core community people that really are putting their own sweat equity, volunteerism, that are also dual business owners. Try to do that and care about your town and volunteer your hours. I think we need to commend these people. And I feel that don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have a very vibrant community here. I mean, it may look like shotgun down the street. That's kind of a weird analogy, Councilmember Freeman. But what day of the week was it? Was it Monday? Because we know that most people aren't open on Mondays here. They're open because that's another thing. They're open Saturday, Sunday. And if you've ever run your own restaurant or eatery or, you know, alcoholic beverage short of retail, they're there too, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work running a restaurant and a bar. So they need their 2 days off. The other thing, it's obvious to me, we've got a historical society. We have people that live here, have their businesses here. I see that if you own a historic building, and I don't always feel like the city needs to bail everybody out, especially the building owners. I'm not talking about the people that rent from them, that open the shops, that open the restaurants. I'm talking about the people that own the brick and mortar. They should have some responsibility for the upkeep and maintenance of their historic building. When you buy a house, when you buy, especially historic building in any town, there are certain regulations and ordinances that you must follow. And I feel we've been soft. We've been too soft on these building owners. Some don't even come to town, just collect a rent check. We have people dealing with backed up sewers, backed up sinks. That's not the restaurant business owner's responsibility. That is the building owner's responsibility. And I feel we've been too soft. We've had way too many of the same buildings vacant. Okay, we need to not ignore this. So I feel there are other things that we can do, and we have enough people in this room, in this community, to put our heads together. We know what we need. We know what we want. The other thing is that we have two new, I call them the bookend developments. Why aren't these people coming out to support our small businesses? I want to know that. You know, one development's been there for a better part of 3 years. The other's been there for 2 years. They need to come out, you know, not just the coffee shop on the end of the street on their way to catch the freeway. I see that all the time because I live right on that, around the corner. We need them to come downtown. So we can put our heads together with that. Maybe have a community night. I have some ideas that don't involve paying $1,500 for 9 months. Thank you.
And I just want to express that your current membership does not have anything to do with this particular proposal and contract that we are putting forward. So the training and the involvement that the EDAC has been involved in over the past year, that is separate from what we have proposed here.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Members in chambers, questions, comments, concerns? Please state your name for the record.
Fran Fitzharris, and I've been a member of the EDAC since the beginning. And I too am surprised and I was a member, so I'm responsible as well, but we should have had way more done by now. And there's a lot of reason for that. I think that our group has reached its end. I don't really feel that our group can take us to the next step, especially when you're talking about the dollar amount that you're expressing tonight. I think our time is done, and I think that we need to move on and let this group say thank you, and let's be done. As a business that was here for 6 years, a storefront in downtown San Juan Bautista, a brewery where in Santa Rosa, the brewery there had a $6 million impact on their economic development. And so that's the kind of business that you want to have. And so part of the problem is I really feel like before we look at these things, I feel like we're playing dress up. And before we look at these things, I really feel like we need to make sure our house is in order. There's a lot of things here that aren't functioning and need to be looked at. We need to make sure our house is in order. So using Sean and I as an example, and using Char, her boutique, and also Hopper Brothers. Those are 3 great businesses to use it as an example to help clean house. So for Sean and I, we spent 8 months trying to expand our business and go to a bigger place. We lost $8,000 because we were really committed and wanted to be here in San Juan Bautista. We lost $8,000 waiting for someone to finally tell us, oh, you need to build an ADA restroom. Well, we don't own that property. Why would we pay that money to build that ADA? So that was frustrating, but we stayed on, right? And there's things, everything from our sign ordinance, like there's so much that we can really fix here in-house together as a group with the businesses. Especially, I really would look at these 3 businesses that were voted best of San Benito. Do you know how hard it is for San Juan businesses to be included in best of San Benito? It's very difficult. It's very rare that San Juan Bautista gets acknowledged. So you have 3 businesses that are no longer here. And a lot of it is like, no one looked at our conditional use permit, and we got harassed, and no one worked with us. And it was really frustrating and disappointing. So I really would love to see us get our house in order before we play dress up and spend the kind of money that we're talking about tonight. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations to Brewery 25. Do we have anyone else in chambers?
No speaker cards received.
But there are speaker. One moment, please. There are speaker cards by the door. If anybody else wishes to speak, please state your name for the record.
Chris Martirana.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I've participated in some of these activities historically, and I am of the firm belief.
Okay.
I am of the firm belief that it really is going to take the city to take the city government taking a lead position to make anything happen and change. I think the Main Street USA people are fantastic. I think their program is fantastic. It's a proven program. I don't think you should simply spend $15,000 with them implementing a study. This has been done, I can think of 3 different times, similar participation, but we simply should adopt their framework and hire an executive director to implement a program like the Hollister Downtown Association. The community has demonstrated over and over and over its inability to pull together in a single direction to implement the myriad of great ideas that have been put forth. It's going to take the city, I believe, taking a leadership position and spending the money to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in chambers?
Not seeing anybody else come to the podium.
Thank you. We'll move to Zoom.
Mayor, I want to point out that we have 2 written public comments that we received, but one of them is for Ms. Vonda Guibert, and she's on Zoom and has her hand raised. I'm not sure whether she wants to read her comments since the council already received her written comments. And she just wants to speak.
Thank you. Venda, can you unmute?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Do you want to read your comments or are they?
I would love to speak and I will refer to my comments.
Thank you.
Amanda, thank you for your time. And I feel like we're talking about 2 different worlds. Our city staff and our EDCAC have very little institutional memory. Though 2 of the members of EDCAC were born and raised here, they grew up elsewhere. And the majority of the members are new to town. And they don't realize apparently that we know our assets. I was on the planning commission for 10 years and we discussed the Main Street program and we recognized that it did not suit San Juan. And I don't think that expense is justified today any more than it was then. We are already a certified local government, which is a state program. And we've gotten 2 grants through which we identified our assets. We got the 2005 Historic Resources Inventory, and then we nominated our downtown district to the National Register of Historic Places. It is defined and it is not changing. And that was the Historical Society for the most part who volunteered to do that. And I pretty much guarantee you that we won't be partners in any more studies. We're aging. We've been there, we've done that. Everything is there. We don't need a new program. It's redundant. We are also Preserve America community. Has the EDCAC pursued any grants through them? That's a national historic preservation program. Why are we trying to do another program that costs money? We know our assets. We have the mission. We have 5 buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. We have the 3rd Street Historic District and the Plaza Historic District on the National Register. Can any of the Main Street programs boast these tourism magnets? Yes, Gilroy and Hollister participate, but do they have anything else honestly going for them? We have so much going for us. We don't need anybody to tell us what we can do. We just need the will to do it. We need to work together. We have opportunities available to us. So I really encourage City Council not to spend $15,000 in a program that doesn't suit us. And as Chris said, will probably not be implemented. We have so many consultants' plans that are sitting in City Hall, waiting for fruition. And the EDCAC, what economic vitality have they brought to San Juan since 2021? Several of them went to a multi-day conference in LA and another in Ukiah. What did those cost? And what was the return on investment? We need to slow down. We need to stop spending money. Our value is in our buildings and in the volunteers who recognize it and who've done work to preserve it. I can't say too much more else. Our town is 150 years old. We know what we have. We're trying to take care of it. The Historical Society is a valuable asset, and I honestly don't see us partnering with another new group. It's just not going to happen. That train has left the station. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more Zoom comment.
Thank you.
Ms. Voigt, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome. Darlene, can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry about that. Well, I've gone to these CalEd conferences and I've also gone to many other conferences since we started the general plan of this city. And I continue to go to these conferences because I'm always learning something. I do know that we need to partner within this city. I'm just looking for somebody to help us partner. I don't see the Historic Preservation Committee actually partnering with EDCAC. We need to reach out to them and they need to reach out to us. It needs to be a mutual reach out. I do know that there's problems with the property owners. John and I have both done some research on what things that we can do. to approach the property owners to improve their properties. I do believe we need marketing experts, and because I've actually participated, I actually think that we are making, and I actually believe we are making a lot of progress, because we are building institutional knowledge by doing all of this. What I see Main Street, since I was the one that recommended it to the EDCAC, as a way to do that. And what they have is the expertise to get all of us together as partners. They're
No,
not a
that's not gonna
partner
happen.
themselves. They will get us all together as a partner to do a strategic plan that gives us goals and objectives, which are actionable items. We don't have that now. And that's the part that is missing. And we need that strategic plan. You know, you keep talking about all these little pieces, but nobody comes together to do all the little pieces together. And that's what we need to do. So that's where I am. So I think that even we can combine even the stuff from all of our other studies, from the ATP study and everything else that we've done, and the Blue Zone study, to into this plan. I mean, all of that can go into this plan, as well as get foot traffic in the downtown section and make that a center of our social world and our community. So I believe that we can do this through the Main Street program, and that's why I would like to see us hire them. It's, you know, if it's left to the city, I hope that they decide that that's what needs to be done.
Thank you. Do we have any other further comments?
We do have one more written public comment.
Please step by. Can you please mute Vanda? Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Dear council members, the proposal is to hire another consultant to complete a community assessment and transformation strategy using the Main Street 4-point approach to develop a business retention and expansion plan, BRE plan. The community is again asked to subject itself to providing input to consultants. We already have the 3rd Street Master Plan, another grant, and the recent Blue Zones Consultant Plan, another grant, not to mention all the earlier consultants with grants. We have plans coming out of years. We don't need another plan. The city should focus on providing brick and mortar funding to help businesses spruce up their historic facades and providing low-cost loans to help improve business operations where needed. This would be a practical implementation plan. Why not use the $15,000 as seed money to establish such a low-cost loan fund? EDCAC could develop such a plan with all the resources available to it. We don't need another plan report that will never be implemented. Thank you for your considering my comments. For the record, Kara Vaughn, San Juan Bautista.
Thank you. Was that the one you were talking about? Thank you. Further comments from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
So, there are lots of things that the city could do, and I agree with Chris, and I agree with Darlene. But there are lots of things the city could do from a legal standpoint. We can have a parcel tax or a vacancy tax. In many cities around this state, if a building is left vacant for over a certain specified period of time, usually it's 6 months, the landowner gets fined and fined each and every month until he finds a tenant. That's a possibility we could look into. That would try to increase businesses. It's been talked about obliquely here, but one of the big issues is retail is changing, and we all know that. Who in this room doesn't use Amazon? I imagine most of us do at some point or another. And there's many other online retailers, you know, that provide goods and services. And when that happens, that takes away money from a brick and mortar store. And so that leaves the downtown vacant, that leaves us, like I said, this is California, so the rule doesn't quite apply, but in other states, the true endangered species is a small town because, and they've literally gone out of business, you know. We're not going to in California because we're close to the Bay Area and we have a lot of other advantages that we need to take advantage of. I don't sense on the council that there's a willingness to spend this $15,000, but we need to redouble our efforts into looking into certain rules and regulations that we can use to stimulate businesses in the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, I agree with the last part of what Councilmember Freeman said, or to Mayor. You know, we need to look at some of these ways of, you know, like I said, making the brick and mortar owners, the building owners more accountable for vacancies, for blight looking buildings, et cetera, et cetera. But also I feel we need to, more importantly, support our small businesses. We watch 3 businesses go. Not many towns our size are lucky enough to have a local brewery. That is the fact, and we blew it. So we need to step up. We need to support our small businesses. And I feel that we're never going to be a retail with an Ace Hardware or any of that. We are, you know, I see that we're maybe evolving into opening up some eateries. We lost a couple. We had a Chinese restaurant, a fine Chinese restaurant burned down. And we've been looking at dirt lot for how many years now? Why is that? That's unacceptable. And we had a fine steakhouse downtown. And I understand money, but that's where we can put our heads together and we have, you know, maybe help people get low cost loans, low interest loans, or historic building loans, you know, something we've got to do, but we have to support our small businesses. And we're not going to compete with Amazon. I don't want to compete with Amazon. I want there to be something special downtown, not imported foreign goods.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
I just wanted to correct what I believe to be a misconception. The bookend communities, we are doing our part. We have a council member, we have a planning commissioner. My wife spends a lot of money still at Char's Boutique. I miss some beer, even though I'm more of a fruity beer type of guy, sour beer. And we support our local restaurants. Would love to see more. And that's not disparaging anybody who is or was downtown. I just would like to see more down there and more people down there, but I didn't want it to go undefended that we're not bookends. We are part of San Juan and we are doing our part.
Thank you for that. And to Mayor Pro Tem Freeman's vacancy tax, and we have discussed this several times, not in depth at a council level. But does that then allow for a building owner to fill it with whomever? At one point, we were a fashion district. At another point, we were an antique district. Not too long ago, we were a thrift shop district. So we have to also be careful about how we actually what the framework of a vacancy tax is, just not to fill a building, but to fill it with something that that we as residents can use. Amanda, questions. So you've heard from the council, you've heard from city members. How does California Main Street or Main Street America help with any of what we've discussed? Is there help?
Yeah, I mean, and
Or are we
certainly
hopeless?
that the particular contract and proposal that we have can be adjusted or amended to really meet what you feel are your needs specifically. It sounds to me, based on the information or what I'm hearing from you all, is that there seems to be a bit of division. It sounds like there are a lot of folks that are working on a good number of things, but the coming together of the community seems to not be happening from what I'm hearing. That is really some of the expertise that we have is bringing the community together. All of these partners, these kind of disparate groups that you have working are not working together. And so, you know, that is something that we have some expertise in doing, and it might be more of a need based on what I'm hearing from you.
Thank you for that. I don't know to what end I asked that question, but.
I'm sorry, was there something else that?
No, I just, I asked the question and I just said, I don't know what to what end I asked it. We have to, as a community, be willing to work together. We have to say, yes, we have a historic district. Yes, it's, it needs a little work. It needs a little spit shine. We have a community that does need to be transformed and preserved at the same time, and to allow for people to come in and shop and live and thrive. And I didn't mean to gloss over this, but to have 3 amazing businesses, and congratulations to all 3 of you for being best of Brewery 25, Hapa Brothers, and Char's Boutique, to have 3 amazing businesses and best of no longer here. So how does Main Street help us maintain that? How does Main Street move us forward in a direction where business owners want to come?
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, we heard that hospitality is the new wave. How do we attract more hospitality? How do we bring back a brewer who is right next door?
By creating that synergy that people want to be there. So I think first asking these businesses, why did they leave? Was it just a matter of not having the customer base? Or are there other things that are happening or have happened that has taken them away, that drew them away from your community? So those things should be identified. And yes, Main Street has in communities throughout the nation created that catalyst, that synergy to bring people into a downtown, into a commercial district. And it is transformative, and also highlighting the preservation of these districts as well. So, I mean, it's a proven, methodology that works in communities throughout the nation and various different communities. It is unique. It is designed to be unique to your particular place, and placemaking based on your unique assets.
Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate, we're a tough crowd sometimes, you coming here and presenting.
Mm-hmm.
So before the council is a resolution, please sit by, to authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with National Main Street Center to complete a community assessment and transformation strategy. the resolution is in front of us. I know there was a lot of comments, there were a lot of comments on the EDCAC and whether it's an entity that has outlived its purpose or if they're the ones who should be the driving force of this. So a couple of things that we need to think about or vote on. So as the resolution stands, is there anybody who wants to make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with National Main Street Center to complete a community assessment and transformation strategy? Having no motion, this this resolution falls to the floor. Amanda, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And it's not to say that you're going away or the concept isn't going away. We just need to figure some things out before we reach back out to you.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Notice of intention to amend the general plan by accepting the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee recommended sphere of influence, urban growth boundary and planning area. Presenting this, Assistant City Manager
Yes,
Brian Fouch.
Assistant City Manager Brian Fouch. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
First of all, this is sort of a watershed moment for the city with respect to this resolution. What's proposed is not to amend the general plan at this point to accommodate the ad hoc committee's recommendation. It's to initiate a process to amend the general plan that will evaluate that recommendation, and either that recommendation will be carried forward into the general plan, or it will be carried forward in an amended state. So the resolution recognizes, in terms of the heading of the resolution, recognizes that this is an intent to amend the general plan to accommodate the recommendation of the ad hoc committee as it may be amended through that process. So it's important to understand that the maps that you have attached to the staff report just sort of set the stage for that process to occur. This is a long time coming. There have been several attempts by the Urban Growth Boundary Ad Hoc Committee to develop a recommendation to City Council. I think this is an important point for the city to understand that this particular recommendation will affect several policies in the general plan, not all of them. And so what we're suggesting is that this will initiate a targeted general plan amendment that's focused on those policies and programs that are directly related to the city's sphere of influence, and to incorporate an urban growth boundary and also a planning area that's not currently referenced in the general plan. So just to sort of summarize, and I'm going to really recommend that the ad hoc committee folks that are here really represent the committee's work. And just in terms of the staff report, I just wanted to go through a couple of highlights. First of all, what you have in your packet is a resolution, and there are several attachments to the staff report that you'll recognize. There is a recommended map for the urban growth boundary and also the sphere of influence. And if you look at that map in your packet, you'll see that the committee has recommended that the city limit and the sphere of influence be coterminous.
Can we, do you have some slides? Can we put the map up?
Yeah,
so
can you
everyone
go
can
ahead
see
and
it?
put up the
Thank you, Brian.
It's that one. Yeah, there you go. So in the very beginning, you know, when prior to the most current general plan, we have.
You go, Cheryl.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So the first slide shows you our existing sphere of influence. This sphere of influence was adopted by LAFCO prior to as part of the general plan that was adopted prior to the 2016 2035 general plan, which is currently in effect. As you can see, the sphere of influence is.
Brian, I'm sorry. I apologize for the interruption. Thank you very much. Make it a slideshow. Thank you. Sorry, Brian.
What happened?
It wasn't a slideshow and we saw just a teeny tiny map.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sorry about that. I apologize for the interruption.
That's okay. So this is our current sphere of influence. Go to the next slide. No. I'll tell you when. And so in the general plan right now, you see a couple of planning concepts here. You see the existing city limit. Also, there is a proposed sphere of influence, which would have amended the current sphere, which was never sent to LAFCO for approval. Around that area is a third boundary, which is called an area of concern. And this area of concern is very similar to the recommended planning area that the ad hoc committee is recommending. And that means that that area of concern was intended to enable the city to engage with the county regarding land use planning and development concerns within that area. Like the sphere of influence proposed in the current general plan, the area of concern was never implemented. And so there's no agreement with the county regarding what that really means. There's no exploration other than what's in the general plan for what it might mean. And so it's basically, you know, something that remains to be done with the 2016-2035 general plan. This map would be amended with the adoption of the recommended ad hoc committee's recommendation. Liz, can you go ahead and do the next one? Several attempts were made to come to terms with what a expanded sphere of influence might look like in assessing the current sphere of influence represented in the general plan, and also recognizing that very large general plan that currently exists. This is a map that was prepared in 2020. It was a discussion, represented discussion of the ad hoc committee. Go ahead to the next one. And then as part of the exercise for considering, again, with a newly formed committee with different members in 2021 through 2022, the city embarked on an exercise to contact property owners within a prospective sphere of influence and greenbelt area. So there is reference to a green belt in the city's general plan. And so this particular approach would align with general plan policies that currently exist. However, I think the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee decided that this was not necessarily what they would want to recommend. Go ahead to the next map. And therefore, they created a map that looks like this. As I said before, this map shows a coterminous boundary, city boundary, and sphere of influence. And it also, within the green line that you have there, it does suggest that within the city limit, there will be an area that is located in between the green line and the city limit line, where there won't be any services provided. And so essentially what this map suggests is that these areas would remain in open space, agricultural open space primarily. And so that's the effect of this particular recommendation, is that yes, it brings the sphere right in close to the city, existing city limit, and then outside that urban growth boundary area, there would not be any development that would be serviced. So go ahead, the next one. And because of that very restricted sphere of influence line, it was necessary then to look at areas of influence that the city might want to have with the county and conversation with the county about any land use or development in areas that are outside the sphere. And so this map was prepared intending to accommodate perhaps an agreement with the county regarding how the county and the city would be able to have a dialogue about any projects or development or proposals or, other kinds of initiatives within that area that might impact the city in one way or another. And so go to the next slide. And so, as you can see on the overhead, these areas have meaning. The sphere of influence is the planning boundary that is considered the city limit line and probable future boundary and service area. The planning area establishes and the urban growth boundary within the city limit is established as a way of indicating where urban development will occur and where it will not occur within that boundary. And then the planning area, as I said before, it's not currently defined in the general plan. It's intended to get information from the county regarding policies, programs, regulations, and development for mutual consideration by the county and the city. And then it also involves some sort of concerted action between the city and the county based on an agreement between the two agencies or between the two jurisdictions. And so that really, these definitions are important to understand from the ad hoc committee regarding what the intent is with respect to these different delineated areas. So go to the next slide. And so the process that we're about ready to start here with this general plan amendment, it involves several steps, and this is a complex process because we don't want to amend the whole general plan. We just want to amend parts of it. And so you will need to approve an overall program and scope for the targeted general plan amendment. So from the very beginning what policies and programs we believe will need to be amended to accomplish the ad hoc committee's recommendation. And then we would amend the text and maps of the general plan accordingly. And then we would have a pretty robust public engagement program that part of that general plan amendment process. And then we would try to incorporate new statewide planning mandates within the new general plan as much as we can. And a lot of those don't apply to San Juan Bautista because we're so small, but some do. And then as part of the general plan amendment program, coincidental with the general plan process that we'll do internally within the city, we would want the ad hoc committee to begin a conversation with the county regarding the effect of the planning area designation. What is the agreement really going to entail? What is the meaning of the planning area with respect to city and county dialogue about planning and development within that area? And then once adopted, the general plan amendment, which incorporates all of this subject matter, will be, we will want to reach an agreement with the county about whether they find that arrangement appropriate, and those policies and that we are incorporating into our general plan based on our public engagement program would then be presented to the county. There would be an agreement that we would have that LAFCO would give great weight to, in determining the city's ultimate sphere. And then we would prepare based on that agreement and the contents of the general plan, prepare a CEQA document, probably a supplement or an addendum to our current EIR that would accompany our proposal to LAFCO to amend our sphere of influence and incorporate. And now the urban growth boundary it only has meaning within the city's general plan. It doesn't have meaning to LAFCO because it's within the city limit. The only thing that LAFCO really cares about is the sphere of influence. Our general plan will need to reference the urban growth boundary and the planning area in terms of enabling policies for our work with the county. The urban growth boundary, of course, is a purely local concern. You know, it's say, for example, that urban growth boundary went beyond the city limit. Well, in that case, we would be saying, within an expanded sphere of influence, we would be saying, we think that the sphere of influence is a LAFCO consideration, legal consideration, but within the sphere of influence, there are areas that we really don't want to see developed. We want to retain agriculture, we want to conserve open space for conservation purposes, or manage production of resources of one kind or another. So, you know, we would look to the urban growth boundary to really set forth limitations on where development might occur within an expanded sphere. But because this is the sphere and the city limit are so closely aligned, it's going to be really important to have this planning area agreement with the county worked out in order to have some influence in that area. As indicated in the staff report, the ad hoc committee's work, it has some tension to it. There are two competing viewpoints in the ad hoc committee's consideration. A relatively more expansive sphere where the city has legislative control and influence, enables an urban growth boundary outside the current city limits that would effectively influence the extent of development to protect the city's historical context. That's one perspective. And then the other is that a more restricted sphere of influence places greater importance on the role of the planning area, or as represented in the current general plan, area of concern. So these are concepts that are built into the general plan now. I think that they're going to continue through the general plan amendment because they conceptually, I think they're still relevant based on the ad hoc committee's work. So that's the staff report. And we have a resolution that's basically in two parts. First of all, it's to accept the ad hoc committee's proposed sphere of influence, urban growth boundary and planning area, and not to accept them, but not to approve them as the final delineation for these areas. That's subject to general plan amendment. And then state the intention to amend the 2035 general plan targeting those policies. And then thirdly, to direct the UGB ad hoc committee to work with San Benito County to establish a planning area and memorandum of understanding or agreement that would set forth, you know, what are the things that the city really wants to hear from the county, and open up a dialogue regarding those things. So with that, that concludes staff report.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Brian. That was excellent. Nice summary of a very complicated and long process, and hats off to the various committee members over the years. I initiated this process and it's been a long road. So I'm glad to be here, even though it's 10:20.
How are you doing there, attorney?
We've had a few matters come to our attention, and if you look at the map, you'll notice there are areas within the city's incorporated boundaries where the urban growth boundary is smaller. And so some of the property owners, in particular the Loizas to the north of us, have expressed concern, and their attorneys shared an ordinance adopted in 2015 with the city council. So those are properties that we might want to discuss tonight. But I also did want to give, as Brian alluded to, Chris Martirama, the chair of the committee, is here tonight. We have our council members, Morris Lopez and Friels, who worked on this map and worked with this committee, and would like to hear their interpretation. And with that, Chris, you want to go ahead and share? Thank you. Thank you. And I can't see the list. Yeah, and Vice Chair Juma, Dan DeVries can follow. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian, for that presentation. Agreed, extensive and thorough.
Good evening.
Chris, thanks. Welcome.
We have spoken about these, two of the boundaries described on the two different maps. At a previous council meeting. I've met with some of you individually. Obviously, Councilmember Morris Lopez and Friels are on the committee, along with two of the planning commissioners. Dave Baderos is here in chambers, and Dan DeVries, who's I guess on Zoom. Brian gave an excellent overview of the sort of the process and some of the considerations moving forward. I wanted to make myself available to address any questions or concerns about the methodology or the thought process that went into it. Brian alluded to the sort of the two different pathways of throwing a wide ranging sphere of influence versus a very tight sphere of influence, and in some of the alternatives therein. I don't know if you guys have questions about that, or if you'd like me to just sort of elaborate on why we went the direction we went. Pretty clear. I mean,
Yeah, no, go ahead.
okay. So on the one hand, one of the conversations was that, hey, if we put out a very large sphere of influence, then we're demonstrating our control, and it's clear that we are going to be in control of this area. The challenge is that by definition, the sphere of influence is the area into which we're planning to expand, and into which we are planning to extend services, specifically services like water and sewer. And we did not feel that was in line with the wants or needs of the community, that we didn't feel that the community was looking for a great deal of expansion, and that we felt there were better tools to manage and control the growth that would be coming, or the people that might want to develop those lands around us that we want to influence. By keeping the sphere of influence coterminous with the current city limits, we're clearly communicating that we are not looking to expand the physical footprint of the city. We have lots of infill opportunities. We spent some time discussing that, looking at that, and looking at the numbers. So we didn't feel there was any issues with our ability to meet state requirements in terms of growth. The urban growth boundary was a little bit more difficult, I would say, in that there was a lot of conversation around bringing it within the city limits versus making it also coterminous. But because there are a number of parcels, that area along the fault and out sort of to the north and east, we felt that was a very critical viewshed, and that we did not want to see continued urban growth or urban development out into that valley. Essentially, the planning area is a little more squishy. It's a very, very big area on this map. There was a lot of conversation back and forth. There were a couple of proposals that were through a much wider swath in certain directions,
And we arrived at this, this because we wanted to tell the county that we want to be involved. What does that mean? That's a really difficult question to answer. I think that, it's outside of our jurisdiction, so we're going to be going to the county and asking them to include us in the process. And that could be as simple as asking them to make sure that we're notified anytime really anything happens within that area, whether it's a building permit, a change of zoning, subdivision requirements, or request, building permits. There's a whole host of things that we would want to be potentially simply notified of. And there might be a concentric circle within that planning area, the directly adjacent parcels, for instance, where we could potentially ask them to be the lead agency. That's not unprecedented. When the developers came that were interested in creating an F1 racetrack on parcels adjacent to the city a number of years ago, the county essentially said, you guys need to go talk to the city of San Juan Bautista. They're the only ones that can provide sewer and water services. You're going to need to deal with them, and essentially handed that off to us and allowed us, in essence, to deal with them as the lead agency. And so my hope is that there would be some sort of relationship like that. But initially, we're probably talking about aligning our values. What are our values about what we want to preserve? View sheds. We want to preserve the night sky. We want to preserve ag land. We don't want sprawl. We don't want cookie cutter. We don't want big walls of stucco. And so that we're aligning some of those processes, requirements, standards, and expectations between the agencies. So I don't know. I hope that's helpful. I will say that the committee worked, I think, very well together. Scott, unfortunately, was not able to join us for our last meeting. Where we made this final proposal, but I believe it is very much in line with what he had been comfortable with prior to. Maybe not. Sounds like he may have some issues, but all of the meetings that I attended, the votes were 5-0, with the exception of that final meeting where the final adoption and presentation to you guys was a 4-0 vote. So, I think we built very effectively, collaborated and built consensus and feel very comfortable. I feel very comfortable presenting this as a recommendation to you guys. So I don't know. Do you guys have any questions about? There were a lot of maps in that staff report. The two that really are meaningful are these two. This guy has the proposed SOI, city limit, and the urban growth boundary on it, and this one has the proposed planning area. Okay, so those are that's what we are suggesting to you for your consideration, and hopefully you will take those, approve the resolution so that this process can move forward to amend the general plan and implement these, or some somewhat altered versions of these. The intent is for us to continue working on a memo of agreement or understanding with the county, creating at least an initial framework to have that discussion, and also to recommend some legislative language relative to the urban growth boundary. Because urban growth boundary, we've all sort of talked about conceptually, but what is the implementation and what are the limitations what are the, there's gonna be issues where, or there potentially are situations where we want to allow something to happen that is maybe outside the scope of the urban growth boundary. What would the parameters be for doing that? That's what the legislative recommendation would include. And frankly, we've looked to the example of the city of Sonoma. They put theirs forward in an initiative to the population. It passed and was re-upped for another 20 years. We feel that the legislation that they implemented is a wonderful model, and that's essentially what we're going to bring forward for you guys.
Thanks.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks. We'll go in order. Councilmember Friels. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
So I understand that you've come to consensus, and I think it's good, and I think we should accept it. I only have one question.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't involve your thought process in any way, but apparently you cut off a corner that the Loaiza zone, and
Yes.
We need to somehow draw that line to include that and make it good there and call it a day.
Yeah, so you guys are gonna finalize the map. This is the suggestion that we've made. We understand that does, that line runs across through their parcel. It's one of, it's one of the only, I think, instances where we crossed the parcel line. And it was intentional, after a fair amount of discussion, based on again, not wanting that growth out into the valley. But I understand there are legal considerations. That's not well outside my purview. So that you guys are going to have to take up with the city attorney.
Don't they have a tentative map already?
I don't know if they have a tentative map.
Sorry, we were told no, but when we deliberated on this, we were told no, but that may have changed in the intervening weeks. I apologize.
No apology necessary. I just do have some concerns that to the extent the Loaizas have taken action over the course of the years after relying on the change in zoning back in 2015, that there may be issues there.
Yeah, to Brian, I think to Brian's point, the resolution is to carry this process forward. It does not lock in these maps. So if you vote to pass the resolution tonight, you're not locking these maps. You still have the ability to tweak and alter, and you could send it back to us and say, hey, you need to take these considerations into account, and we can come back, or you can do it yourselves. But or direct staff to do that. But.
So I could draw it up on the computer, but I don't have the letter from their attorney right now. But it appears that they relied upon a certain zoning regulation for their entire property, and if we gave that word back in 2016 or whenever it was, we should probably keep it.
Yeah, that's not a judgment for me to make. They did not attend any of our meetings, so the concern was not raised during the process that we went through. Brian said that there was some, there was potentially interest in development, but there was no, we didn't have any very specific information, and. So again, that's for you guys to sort out. And I don't have a.
Well, it's hard for us to sort it out unless we know exactly what's happened with that land.
Yeah.
And so we need a lot of clarity on that fact.
Sure. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't provide that.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. And we thank Brian for going through that very detailed. report, but I respectfully disagree with you, Chair Martano. When we had the 5-0 consensus at different points and drawing up the map and the planning area and SOI, we were in consensus that we did not want sprawl out in the area, irregardless of, I'm sorry, the Lozoya family's property. I'm looking at the letter from, so to say to me, now I'm wearing a different hat, that we can jiggle those map lines, that's really concerning to me, because I thought this was the final map line. But then this throws another aspect into it with the family here and the rezoning of that area from ag to low density. But I have questions because in the letter from their attorney, the attorney is stating that this is the last sentence or last paragraph, if I may still read it quickly. We respectfully request the city council include the Loyosa property within the urban growth boundary. And we decided that the urban growth boundary was going to be shorter, more inwards from the city limit. So the urban growth boundary, this is their lawyer speaking, should not be delineated in any manner that adversely impacts the planned and future potential residential development of the Loyosa family. So for me, because I don't have a map yet, it's very unclear to me when it says planned and future potential residential development. Those kind of give me concern, like we don't have any plans, we don't have a map from them. Residential, is it 5 homes is what I understood, or is it 50? That constitutes a whole lot now with this letter. But I was very clear that we had these hard and fast lines. I did not think they were going to come to us with the intention that we could move them around again. So that concerns me.
Can I make a comment on this particular question? First of all, the only recorded map that exists is the 4-lot subdivision. The other areas of the Loyosa property have a conceptual plan that was presented to the city but never formally processed. So the plan developed for that particular area is not a tentative map. It's a conceptual plan that was never went further than that. However, as the city attorney was saying, there is an ordinance that was adopted rezoning this property to allow residential development to occur. That particular ordinance would, if this particular recommendation goes forward, that particular ordinance would be rescinded in order to accommodate this particular plan. And it's part of overall general plan law, planning and zoning law, I'm sorry, that your particular zoning for properties have to be consistent with the general plan. So once the general plan makes this change, then whatever actions are necessary on the part of the city would have to be taken. And then as part of this whole process, we would evaluate any liability to the city with respect to agreements that might have been made with the Loyosas for development of that property. I don't believe there are agreements, but we would necessarily have to check to be sure that we weren't running afoul of any of those.
Okay. I still feel like
Part of the process.
we, as a city council member, myself and the public needs to know what that conceptual plan is. Because what I understood at this approval of the rezone, and it was always a talk about a minor subdivision. I've heard people on this dais refer to it as a minor subdivision of 5 homes. So conceptual beyond that, it's really unclear to me, and it causes me great concern, as I'm assuming that some of the public is, because that property butts up into the valley, San Juan Valley.
Just to be clear, just the fact that a conceptual plan was presented to the city doesn't confer any development rights. It's just simply a concept plan like any other presented to the city for, our consideration. Here's how an overall project might fit with this particular minor subdivision into the future. So again, it's not a tentative map. vesting tentative map, and to our knowledge, there was no development agreement that it was associated with the rezoning. So, but we would have to check that to see if there's any vesting that goes along with when that ordinance was adopted. And if there is any, we then would be obligated to respect that vesting.
Oh, sorry. Where did the number 5 come from? And do we hold them to the number 5 residential? I heard 5.
4 lots
So,
with a remainder.
okay. So see, there's some confusion here.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been here for 9 months. There's confusion. And I've heard 5 before.
Okay.
A good listener.
A minor subdivision is defined as 4 lots or less, correct? That's the formal definition. That's where it's defined in the city code.
So
What's a remainder?
I'm sorry, again.
Sorry, I don't understand the remainder. I
A
think that might
remainder,
be the
so if
fifth.
you have a property owner has a larger parcel like this, and they want to develop a portion of it. And then they want to apply for a minor subdivision, which is 4 lots or less. The rest of the subdivision or the rest of the parcel becomes a remainder that can be subdivided in the future. And so in state subdivision map act allows that remainder to be established as part of a subdivision for the 4 lots. So the rest of the parcel is considered, technically considered a remainder because it's
Okay.
what's left.
Understood. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. I apologize for the interruption. Councilmember Sabathia.
could I, before, if you don't mind, to Jackie, the maps are what the ad hoc committee created. It's coming to the council for approval, so you guys have the final word on what the map looks like. But so it's not, they're obvious, you guys can absolutely change it. That's the way that works. I think if you look at the history of that, the ordinance or the rezoning on that parcel, it probably coincides with the general plan that was that was adopted in 2016 and 2015. The general plan was adopted in 2015. The current general plan and that my recollection is that area was not zoned for single family. The city manager had this, that was his sort of his vision for that neck of the woods, so to speak. And so that was probably changed to single family during the course of the general plan adoption. And so as Brian has suggested, the zoning needs to be consistent with the general plan. That's probably why that changed at that point. And that's my poor recollection, but that I suspect that's what happened. I'm sorry, EJ, did you have questions?
You've run me out of energy.
I have, you guys are the ones who waited this, who ran this out.
I'm a night owl. I'll be up all night. Thank you for all of your work, all of you. I don't think it's a secret that I was disappointed to not be involved in the rest of the work. I learned a lot on the time that I was on the committee, and I appreciated all of that knowledge that I got to, despite Scott's the tough image he tries to put up. He loves teaching everybody about the history of San Juan and all the ins and outs. And I think that's where we probably grew a little bit closer, as in that committee with you dropping a lot of that knowledge on me, and where Jackie, you and I got to know each other a little bit more. But with all that said, I do understand the differences of approach in how everything was laid out. Chris, you and I have talked a lot, with the goal being the same, which is the important part. I think it's just a difference of approach, and I can wrap my brain around that. My general sentiment is I like I said, I can wrap my brain around the approach. I have a sentiment that the way things were shrunk, the way they were, that it's a cut too much but not by a huge margin. I think as you start moving things around and smudging things around, in my mind, it's, single digit percentages of differences.
Sure.
Which is, compromise in different people's views and values and things.
Right.
And so I think we're real close.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that. Some of the issues that I have remaining around this are, I would like to see the rest of the work, including the negotiations and talks with the county,
Right.
be like we did a lot of the other workshops with the entire council, be council-wide workshops, so that we're doing that work with the county in front of the public. Not to say that the latter meetings you did weren't in front of the public, but that's how I would prefer to move forward with that. I'd love to still have you be involved.
I think we're looking for direction at this point. We're gonna create the intent was to give hand over a framework of here's what we think makes sense, but it's not our place to negotiate that unless you appoint us to actually negotiate that.
Yeah, agreed. And I guess what I'm saying is I wouldn't recommend that the committee go then do the negotiation. I'd love to see council-wide negotiations, conversations with the county to kind of, finish out and shop this with the county.
Sure.
And get some agreements to the ideas that you all have put on paper. That's how I'd like to see that move forward. That would be my preference. Sorry, I'm just trying to collect all my thoughts here. You and I have talked about this. I take huge exception to when I hear yourself, when I hear Brian describe what you've tried to do, the work that you tried to do, it all makes a lot of sense to me. The way it has been described, the work, the way it's been portrayed, the maps, the ordinance to the public by other members of the ad hoc committee. I don't agree with that at all. And I think it's a misrepresentation of the work and a misrepresentation of the expectations of what the public believes we can do with these agreements.
If you think it would be of value to try to arrange some sort of question and answer, either a public forum or an article on Benito Link or elsewhere, I'd be happy to participate.
I believe so. I just want to make sure that people don't understand. People aren't coming back. We vote yes on this. Some subdivision gets approved and they say, but we weren't supposed to. We set up a framework so that we would be in the conversation, could be lead agency on things,
right,
and things that happen. That doesn't mean that you are put a moratorium on growth.
No, and at the end of the day, it's the county. It's that you're not elected to supervise the county's land. I mean, at the end of the day, we're asking them to bring us into the process. Essentially, that's what we're asking for.
Yep. And my point in saying all of that is just to make sure that it's on record, that people know that is what is being proposed. That is what was worked towards.
Sure.
So that there isn't but I thought we were voting or we were moving towards.
They're going to blame you anyway.
It makes me feel better to have the recording there.
So part of this, the strategy here was to give you guys as many tools in your tool belt as possible. If we rely solely on a sphere of influence, for instance, the sphere of influence is a lot. I think it's much more likely to have the state come in and mandate changes to the SOI either through LAFCO or directly. The UGB is a purely local control that you guys have. It's sort of outside their purview, and it gives you, again, another tool in your tool belt. We talked a lot about green belts. The challenge we felt with the green belt was that it required the same sort of negotiation, but with individual property owners. If we were surrounded by large swaths of public land, that would have been much more practical. But because of the number of small parcels surrounding the city, that approach we felt that was not a reasonable approach or a manageable approach. And so that's why we went with the expansive, what we've called planning area or area of concern. So again, it's all about giving you guys tools and the planning commission tools to accomplish what you want to accomplish. Okay. Mayor Jordan.
How does all of this work with, for the urban growth boundary, what we could bring in with the water and wastewater that we have today and the water and the wastewater that we will have tomorrow, which won't be ours per se, sort of.
I'm not sure that I understand the question. So the urban growth boundary really doesn't look to the services.
Right, sphere of influence. Sorry, my apologies.
Sure.
So we have a wastewater treatment plant that has capacity. We have a water system that has capacity to serve others. It's our water, it's our wastewater. In the very near future, we will have water and wastewater that our wastewater will be going to the city of Hollister that says, well, you know, we're going to take yours, but we're not going to take theirs. And as far as the water is concerned, we still have our own water system, but we're bringing in a blended supply or a blending supply, and we're only allowed this much.
Yes.
So how does that affect the sphere of influence?
Well, a part of, so we've made we've recommended a sphere of influence boundary. One of the steps in getting it approved and adopted, approved by LAFCO is a municipal services review. So that process is separate from what we've done.
Okay.
That I believe Brian LAFCO will undertake that process. And part of that is simply an assessment of, you know, are you realistically, you know, going to be able to service the area within the SOI, or can you reasonably be expected to expand services to service if the SOI was larger? So, you know, it's just part of that process. I don't think you have challenges with the SOI that we've suggested. But the SOI that was described, that is on file with LAFCO today, I don't think it is. I don't think anybody would agree that we could reasonably service that within the time frame that is described in the general plan.
Thank you. And then you talked about the racetrack. So in this big huge map, and the county was nice enough and said, go to San Juan and see how they feel about putting a racetrack in their front yard.
Yes.
What's to prevent the county from saying you will put a racetrack?
Well, I mean, we're
that's a
hopefully the memo of understanding or memo of agreement will set some parameters for that. Today, if they go out, if somebody comes with an F1 racetrack proposal that they want to park right outside of the city limits, we have no recourse. They can't force us to provide water and sewer services.
Right.
Actually, our current sphere of influence was out that far.
Yeah.
So that's why that's the reason that.
Yeah. Real.
When we couldn't provide water.
Understood. Okay.
So actually they could under our current 1993 sphere of influence. The one that we're proposing is we're already providing water and sewer within that.
Perfect.
Yeah. The only additional services would be the infill development that we're, you know, that we are expecting anyway, or you know, have anticipated in any case.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate all of that. And I apologize for going back to Councilmember Morris Lopez's 5 parcel versus 4 parcel. Can you explain can we put a map up, please? In one of the blocks that has the urban growth boundary, that one, thank you. There's the green line, there's there's 5 parcels there. What are those?
Those are existing homes. If you can, there's a little lane that goes off of First.
Oh,
Street
right, okay.
Down to a row of houses that are already there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those are already existing homes.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much for that.
Scott, I think.
Councilmember Friels, all you know.
The only concern I had when we were doing the urban growth boundary was that the north corner. And I did ask, is it okay if we do this? This is a large parcel that's already been, the zoning's already been changed. And I didn't really get the answer that I thought I would get. I would thought, well, yeah, that's already been changed. So, I mean, if we're looking at that parcel right there, where you can see the end of Ohlone. That's where the 4.
Okay.
That's where the 4 is supposed to go. And then the rest, just right above the little corner there, that's the rest of their property. And it's, I don't, to be quite honest with you, I don't know exactly how many acres it is. And I don't know how many single family dwellings that can be put in that. And that was one of the questions I asked and I didn't get that answer. So I tell you, I was not in favor of doing that chop right there. But I was one. So
You were not in favor of doing what?
I was not in favor of putting the urban growth boundary right through the ways of property right there.
Oh, got
I
it,
didn't
got it,
want
got it,
that to happen. But like I said, so I was, because I've been complaining for the last 7 years now that our maps go right through people's properties. There are no consistent lines. The maps that the Cal Poly made never followed property line. And that to me was, just maybe it's my OCD, but it didn't follow that property line. And that's why, one, I was concerned, and 2, nobody told me how many single family dwellings could go on the remaining property. And looking at it, I can take, well, but you don't know that. You don't know that. So nobody gave us a definitive answer on that. So.
Chair DeVries is online, and I know that he was part of the discussion about making that urban growth line. Maybe he can weigh in.
Yeah, I don't recall a specific number being thrown out.
There wasn't. I couldn't get it.
Yeah. It was more than 20 was suggested, but there was not a.
That was a shot from the hip.
Yeah, there are
Nobody-
limitations.
Nobody knew.
Yeah, no, that was not a specific.
Floodplain.
It's
there's
single
limitations.
family. It's all R1.
Yeah.
So.
I thought I remembered 11 being mentioned.
You wanna? Hey, there you go.
It totally fine. We had
Talking about this stuff, it's 11 o'clock. I've had enough of urban growth boundary and sphere of influence
for the rest of your life.
or like ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry, can you please state your name for the record?
Rosa Loaiza.
Thank you. Welcome, Rosa.
And I'm sorry
Rosa.
about my cold's being bad today. The maps, the conceptual drawings that were shared with the city were for 12 houses. And that was already shared with the city. I don't know. I could reshare it ourselves. So that will clarify one question. The other things that we have always understood, and it is, we are already in the city. We're always being in the city. Then in the 16 was the rezoning. So that's how the 12, idea of 12 homes. The drawings and everything were prepared and very good CAD plans and so on and so forth. Like I said, it can be shared. The other thing is, and I'm sorry to, I said, why in the right mind anybody would put a line right between people's properties? So that's being a huge thing for us, why that happens, or why is a property that is already being thought as a possible developing property for having, the city needs 88 houses. And we are only thinking about right now 4 that being approved and thinking about 12 more that will solve and enhance and help with the need of the city. So why this happened, we just didn't understand. And when we realized this, yesterday we had a talk to the attorney real quick, because when it gets to this point, if you put something in there and it goes on, and after it's so hard to change. So at this point, I think it's Brian says it's a work in progress. And if it is a work in progress and it's being presented like that, well, let it be a work in progress and let it make it right. Let it discuss it and let it go that way. I'm sorry, but I get coffee.
We definitely need some more information on this, especially this corner. That's. I don't feel comfortable with going forward or voting without getting that information.
Thank you for that. Public comment. Do we have, excuse me, anybody in chambers?
Madam Mayor, we have three speaker cards. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
Good evening, Bob Fulton with the Christopher Ranch property. And I've seen all you guys for about 1.5 years now, as you know, as I've been coming to the meetings to pay attention and listen to what it is the citizens were looking for, what it is that the city needs. We spent a lot of time doing that. And then in February, put in an application for annexation on our piece. At that point, all the maps that we had seen included us within what would be the sphere of influence in the urban growth area. So, we were kind of directed by staff that we should just sit back and let this happen because it looked like we would be within those. Well, obviously that's different than the maps that have come out of the committee at this point. And I'd like you to consider evaluating our property again and taking a look at it to include it in there. I've tried twice to give a presentation to once the city council and once the planning commission as to what we hoped and intended to do on this piece. Well, there's 2 parcels. And first of all, we are already served by water and sewer from the city. We have been for 6 years. So we would be within a sphere of influence on both of those. But there are a number of things. We were told that everybody wanted to see the hillside remain agricultural, which we agree with. We were told that they wanted to see larger lot sizes, which we agree with. We were told that there's a drainage problem that needs to be addressed. Well, maybe last year was the only year we're going to have with that much rain, and it's okay. But I am not sure of that. I think there is engineering that needs to be done on that site, which would be included in our concepts going forward. The part of our concept is we want to see a vendor come in and make the historic barn and potentially the ranch house become a wine tasting area, wine tasting room with vines and olive trees on the hill. Those are our hopes. Now, if we do that within the city, all of the revenues go toward the city of San Juan Bautista that come from there, including property tax revenues. If you go back to 2016, before the 2 bookend communities were created, and look at the property taxes, the city had about $350,000 a year. If you look at 2022, the city had $490,000 in property tax revenue. That's a 40% increase, and most of it attributed to those two projects. The next residential development will most likely be more expensive as we've gone through all the inflation. And there will be an additional property tax revenue come in. If you close the boundaries off to the city, you're saying no more growth. We're going to make do with what we've got. Well, Proposition 13 has been a killer in that regard, because the residents in the two new communities probably pay 3
Thank
to
you
5
very much. Your
times.
time is up. Thank you
the
very
value.
much.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. Jose Aranda, 1190 Vista. Let's keep this short and sweet. I'm just here in support of the Loaiza family. I think when it comes to the urban growth boundary, I think we still need to look at that. Obviously, I agree with Scott and John. It's just weird to me that we are just cutting lines through people's properties, and that just doesn't make sense to me. So I would love to see the urban growth boundary taken a look at again, maybe align itself with our sphere of influence, consistent with the CEQA analysis back in 2015. I believe that's the right date. And see if we can help them out and get that squared away. And also, if this is happening to the Loaiza family, is there anyone else in this plan that's also being affected? I don't think it's fair to someone that all of a sudden we just decide to draw a line in someone's property. If they're members of our community, let's include them in our community. I don't think it's fair to just take someone out just because, or take part of their property out just because. So that's all I have for you guys, other than I hope that we can just kind of circle back around and make those adjustments and not move forward until that's all fixed and corrected and we do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just thought I should comment that I believe that's the only place where that we deviated from parcel lines. So there are not other parcels that were subdivided or bisected by the lines.
There's one spot behind the mission where the old rodeo grounds is. It's certainly it's its own parcel, but the mission owns it.
Can you please go up to the microphone? Sorry.
Yes, I understand it follows the parcel lines.
Yeah, that was what I was, clarify. I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Fran Fitzharris for 825. I'm going to come totally from another direction. So I learned a couple weeks ago about an international dark sky certification. And what that is basically recognizes exceptional quality of starry nights and provides added opportunities to enhance visitors' experiences. The Pinnacles is in jeopardy of losing theirs because of all the growth that's going on in Hollister. So I would love to make sure that we think about Fremont Peak when we're looking at this and make sure we include that. I love hiking and I love all the parks here. So I want to make sure that was included. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
If I may comment, we have a dark skies ordinance already.
Thank you. Yes, we do. Do we have any other public comment in chambers?
Seeing nobody coming up to the podium.
Thank you.
I do have a written public comment and I don't know if you want to go to Zoom and then to the written public comment.
Yeah, let's go to Zoom first, please.
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor. Oh, never mind.
Do we have one?
Yeah, Debris, Chair Debris, Vice Chair Debris.
Dan, I'm sorry, do you have your hand up? Are you joining us?
I did.
Hi, there you are. Hi, welcome.
No problem. This will be pretty short. I just wanted to reiterate the comments and presentation made by Chair Mayrana. I thought he made a good one. Secondly, I agree that the Leoza property is unique to all the properties that we looked at as regards urban growth boundaries, sphere of influence, and so forth. And to the city attorney, this is rhetorical, but I'm asking myself this question: even though there was a zone change, I don't think it can be said that a zone change operated as an entitlement or approval of an unforeseen tract housing development of unlimited units. And I think that was the concern, was seeing that whole property turned into very dense single family residential. But like I said at the beginning, I think it presents some unique issues that need to be ferreted out a little bit. But you know, that one parcel and adjusting that, I don't think should hold up the whole process. I think we can come up with a solution there. And then lastly, I wanted to just add a little bit more commentary to Chair Mayrana's mention of City of Sonoma. It wasn't just the city and county of Sonoma that we used as a model. It was also Ventura County and cities within it, actually at the suggestion of the city manager, for us to take a look at that. And what we did is modeled after completely 100% what each of those cities did in Ventura County and Sonoma County. After the city of Sonoma enacted their urban growth boundary and planning area, every other city within Sonoma County did the same thing. They've been wildly successful, very, very popular. As Chair Mayrana mentioned, City of Sonoma did their first one 21 years ago, and then it was just renewed by the voters once again by a margin of 80% to 20% no a year ago. So it's been they've had a lot of huge success up there. And I think the city manager Reynolds would also agree that Ventura County's really enjoyed their urban growth boundary model, which is what we use as kind of our template and our guidepost on this thing. So I think it turned out pretty well, and I think we're on the right path. Last comment, as regards the old sphere of influence in the Cal Poly general plan, if you take a look at that thing, I don't believe that there's anyone in your room, in your chambers, who would agree that that sphere of influence line should be the future city limits of the city of San Juan Bautista. And that's sphere of influence is kind of a vague term. It's real easy to think of when you say this line shows where our future city limits should be. Nobody, I think, envisions San Juan being that big. It'd be almost a double or triple of the footprint. And so we were kind of operating with that in the back of our minds as well. But with that, I'd submit it on the comments made by Chair Mayrana and look forward to receiving your further direction.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other public comment?
See no more hands raised via Zoom, but we do have a written public comment.
Okay, go ahead. I've got you.
Dear Mayor Jordan and City Council members, on its agenda, October 17, 2023, the City Council will be considering acceptance of the proposed sphere of influence, urban growth boundary, and planning area boundaries recommended by the UGB Ad Hoc Committee. Our office represents Rosa and Edmundo Loaiza, who in their capacity as trustees own property identified as assessor parcel number 002230001, located in San Juan Bautista, the Loaiza property. The Loaiza property is located within the city of San Juan Bautista. However, for reasons that are unclear, the map attached to the staff report does not include the Loaiza property within the recommended urban growth boundary. In 2015, the City Council recognized the inclusion of the Loaiza property into the urban growth boundary and approved the rezone of the Loaiza property from agricultural to R1 low density residential zoning district. See attached ordinance 2015-16. We fear that the ad hoc committee may have incorrectly assumed that the Loaiza property remained agriculture in use when driving its proposed urban growth boundary. In fact, as the City Council is aware, The parcel map for the residential development for the Loiza property has been recorded, and Mr. and Mrs. Loiza are currently developing the infrastructure for the residential development. Also, we could not find a definition of urban growth boundary in the city's code or the city's general plan. Thus, it is unclear what factors were considered for inclusion of properties in the urban growth boundary, or why other properties were excluded. Are there any properties that are residentially zoned or currently being developed for residential purposes that were not identified for inclusion within the urban growth boundary? We respectfully request that the city council include the Loiza property within the urban growth boundary. The urban growth boundary should be delineated in any manner that adversely impacts the planned and future potential residential development of the Loiza property. Sincerely, Jacqueline Zischke.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Councilmember Friels? Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
I'm with Scott. It's just getting old. I would square it off to include the Loiza property and vote on it.
Councilmember Morris Logan?
I'm in favor of what Council Member Friel said. We still need some more information on the Leoza family property before we can take a final vote. So I respectfully disagree for Pro Tem Freeman. We need to work the resolution. We need to say that we need to go back and get some more information, because it's clear. Councilmember Friels was, I think, on the planning commission when this went through, maybe. So there's a difference in, were you seated then? Anyway, because I was real clear on hearing 5. And then it was always a minor subdivision, and now it's potentially 12 more homes. And so we need clarity before we can make it, I think, a vote or rework the map.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Few comments. Sorry, Scott. Listening to, I love taking the model of looking at Ventura, Sonoma, other places where things like what we want to do have been done. But I think it would be remiss not to include this information in looking at those 2 counties in specific. Ventura County, according to Wall Street, is the 6th richest place in America, not California, in the country. So if they want to close ranks, cool, they got all the money to do that. And Sonoma County's average income is only $1,000 less per household income than Ventura County. So there's a slight flaw in using verbatim those counties' means of protecting their boundaries, in that we don't have the same kind of income that they do to be able to do that. And adjacent to that point, in all the things that we did with Citygate and looking through our city's solvency and why we're in the position we are right now, and in such a strong financial position, they were very clear about where that money came from. And I think we'd be closing off some of our means to stay solvent. We've all been listening all night and in previous meetings about our need for economic development and that not going well. So dollars don't grow on trees. I am in favor of accepting the work in the map with the caveats that I said earlier. I think, like I said, I think it's a real good stab at where we should be. I think we should take it as a work in progress and then continue to do the work as Chris said. And I do believe we should be doing that work with the county, with ourselves as an entire council. That would be my desire.
Thank you. I have no further.
Can I ask a question? I know it's kind of late here, and can we get some direction here as far as the committee is concerned?
Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Okay, before the council, we have a resolution of the city council of the city of San Juan Bautista stating the intention to undertake a targeted amendment of the 2016-2023 general plan to incorporate, as it may be amended through that process, the recommendation of the urban growth boundary ad hoc committee regarding a sphere of influence, urban growth boundary and planning area. Do I have a motion?
Can I make a motion to approve as stated with the addition that the additional work is done in front of or with the entire council and not the committee?
You can make a friendly amendment. But the center pens don't work long. Say that one more time, please, with council and county?
Yes. Accepting it as a work in progress for the council to continue with the county.
And no more ad hoc.
Mm.
Thank you. As stated with the friendly amendment, do I have a second?
I'd like to discuss it if we could. I'm not quite sure what you mean. When we discuss it with the county, because this is a complex subject and it would take, in my opinion, a city council meeting devoted to this one subject and nothing else, nothing else. You know, that meeting would go for a number of hours just by itself. And so then we would have a meeting and then send the plan to the county, or would we do a joint session with the county planning commission?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Yes. A meeting devoted to this. Finish, it's a work in progress now. We finish it out with the council and the county, and then present to LAFCO after we've finalized it amongst ourselves.
But I'm not quite certain if we can do that. I don't think we can legally pass an ordinance and then say we're going to talk about it and amend it later. I mean, we could, but we should just table it, set up a special meeting for this subject and go from there.
This isn't an ordinance, it's a resolution.
A resolution, okay.
So
Either way.
permission to speak. So what I'm hearing is that it sounds to me, because you made it very clear publicly that you were a little unhappy that you weren't on this committee. We're no longer an ad hoc committee. It is an open public committee. So what I'm hearing you saying is you want to just ban our committee and change it. We've spent the better part of a year and a half. Elections took place. That's what reconstituted the ad hoc. Then we were very pliable, and then it became an open committee by observation by our chair that we were in violation of that. So then we made it open. So now you're asking us to change again. I feel like we've done the work. I think Assistant City Manager, Mr. Fouch, put in the language that this is gonna be a work in progress. I stand corrected. This is not the final map line. We can tweak it. We can consider with our legal counsel what we need to do with the property that we cut the corner off of. But I agree with Council Member Friels, excuse me, that we need clarity on that piece of property. But I don't agree with reconstituting it, meeting with the county. That's impossible. I don't think they would have the time or give us the time of day to do that. I think we need to do what we're doing and then allow the process to unfold, which is then contacting LAFCO, going over the amendments, but reconstituting, having joint meetings with county and city council, I don't see that as being feasible or even advisable or any of that.
The entire last half of the recommendation is to have meetings with the county and to come up with a memorandum of understanding and agreement. And you just stated you don't believe that's possible.
Is it appropriate to have discussion after there's An amendment? I don't know.
Well, his friendly amendment tanks. We didn't vote for it.
Well, no, but there is a motion with the friendly amendment. We're not supposed to have a discussion after this.
No one voted.
It doesn't matter. We're not supposed to.
Thank you very much. So on
Am I correct?
on the floor, we have a motion and a friendly amendment. Does anybody want to second it? Do I have a second? My apologies. The motion to, for the resolution of the city council plus the friendly amendment with council and county work in progress, no more ad hoc. What Councilmember Sabathia recommended. Having no second, that falls to the floor. So do we go now to
The friendly amendment falls.
the friendly amendment falls,
And so you're still left.
working with the original?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion for the original resolution? Having no motion, the recommendation is to bring it back for further discussion.
I'd like to bring this back for further discussion and I guess I can give the guidance that we find out specifically what the Loaiza property is approved, what's approved, which is the 4 homes, but we want to see this. And then what is the possibility of what would Brian call it, the remainder? What is the possibility? How many homes will be in the remainder? How many possible homes under our municipal code and in R1? Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, so that's what we're charging staff to do.
Yes.
And I would like to also add that we need to find out if the zoning change that took place back in 2015 applies. Now, staff said that if we approve the motion that we just kind of tabled, it would override it. But there's other rules of law that, such as reliance on certain zones or certain processes that would cause problems.
Can I make a statement about that? If you adopt the resolution, it doesn't override anything at this point. So whatever was adopted, approved, enacted in 2015 or 2016 still applies, still in effect until the general plan is actually changed. And then at that point, it becomes a matter of law that the zoning would have to follow that change. But for now,
There would need to be affirmative action to rezone the property.
there would be following adoption of the general plan.
Correct.
And that essentially would negate the previous ordinance that was adopted, and you'd be adopting a new overall ordinance to incorporate the change represented in the general plan.
So this conjures up more problems because if we just moved the city boundary line across their property, we would no longer have the authority to rezone that property on the other side. So that's very.
Actually, the proposal from the committee is to place a boundary there that wouldn't allow the extension of services. You would still, that property would still be in the city limit, but it would be zoned for a land use category that would not require the extension of services. So that's the effect of the urban growth boundary within the city limit.
And that's something that we would be discussing at a future.
Yeah, again,
Meeting.
this is not the final decision that you'll be making about either the sphere, the urban growth boundary, or the planning area. Any of that. These are recommendations to be put through the public review process and go through the general plan amendment procedure and be subject to further review by the planning commission and adoption by the city council.
Thank you very much. It's 11:30, folks. Does anybody mind if we close for this evening and go ahead?
We have a motion on the floor, so
To table, I thought we decided that.
We're gonna table this and plan another meeting, another conversation just on this subject.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, still at the same meeting, I took off leave from that.
Scott made a motion to bring back for further discussion.
Yeah. it's good.
Understood. My apologies. Understood. Do we have a second to bring back for future discussion?
Seconded.
Motion to bring back to for further discussion by Councilmember Friels, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez, Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
We get through D.
So we could. Let's see, where are we? Please sit by. Please sit by. Fill a vacancy. We do have one more action item, fill a vacancy on the Planning Commission Historic Resources Board.
Okay, I spoke to you before the meeting. I thought that I would have an opportunity to pull an item, and I made it very clear to pull this item. And I can go on as to why I want the item pulled. Okay, I trusted that you would allow that. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the report in the packet. Let me get my paperwork, all these maps out of the way.
Need to vote on it.
We have to vote on it to be done for further discussion.
Well, there's a reason why, and you need to hear the backstory, and I was really trusting that I would have an opportunity to pull this when we had items to be pulled.
I want a clarification. You say you're pulling an item, but I don't think.
You can pull an item. It's not a consent agenda. You can't pull it.
Yeah. What's that? It's an
You
action
can
item,
pull- I don't believe you can pull an action item.
not a single.
Okay, well, then I'm gonna give a background story on it, because I am not gonna,
We can't. You know, you squawk about Brown Act and all that stuff, but then.
well, this
just
is why,
continue to break it.
okay.
So-
I need to talk to you, sir. Okay, this involves. I want a break right now. I'm not gonna be accused of, I'm not gonna be accused of violating the Brown Act. I made it specifically clear why I could not sit up here and co-sign these untruths. And I made that very clear, and I'm very upset.
I think the council needs to just direct. Just make a decision on whether you're gonna go forward tonight or not and direct.
I make a motion to adjourn.
There's something on the bottom of the agenda that's been there all night and we've been here waiting. We need to talk about it. I mean, seriously. You put something on the agenda and then you want to adjourn at 11:30 before you're gonna speak about it? Not cool.
Sorry. It's 11:30, and I apologize for the lateness of this, and it's not the first time that we've left stuff hanging on the table. So one is an action item. We have to fill a vacancy on the Planning Commission Historic Resources Board. Do we want to table this for a later discussion?
If the only way Jackie can discuss this is if we continue now and then she's able to discuss this. So if we continue this item, if we go ahead with this item, then she can say what she needs to say. So instead of adjourning, can we just give her the opportunity to say what she needs to say? Is that, because she will have comments on this subject, correct?
But there will be rebuttals or counterpoints.
Yes, well, I mean, there will be because we're following the agenda, so.
I think we should let the audience speak to the department.
During public comment, that's appropriate, but not otherwise.
Yeah. So, city manager, this is on this is yours.
The matter of the planning commission appointment. Or the matter of the parklets, I'm confused.
Planning commission.
The planning commission, we're still on
Yes.
the action item.
Mhm.
Okay, it's not clear to me that we were able to, the ad hoc committee followed the policy, and therefore it's not clear to me that we're ready to make a recommendation for an appointment tonight. It's not clear to me that both ad hoc committee members interviewed both of the two candidates. And that's required in the policy.
So both candidates were or were not interviewed by both on the ad hoc committee at the same time.
None.
No.
No, they
Okay.
weren't. So does the council want to consider a different committee? Does the council want to redirect the existing committee? That's why we put it on action, because we have people who've applied for these appointments and we want to honor their application.
Thank you. So I am one of the two members of the ad hoc committee. I feel that I have been railroaded here tonight. I'm going to be very frank about this. I'm very upset and I'm really disappointed. Because at one time, this item was a discussion item that was on the agenda previous to this finalized agenda. So I don't know how it moved from a discussion item to an action item. I halted the process over a month ago because I felt there were some Brown Act violations by the other committee member. And I felt that there was some bias, some real serious bias against one of the candidates. And there was information shared with me via personal text. I ran all this through the attorney. I was waiting patiently for a formal written evaluation, investigation of my complaints and my concerns. And I didn't hear anything. And so here I am sitting at the dais with this untruthful document asking me to report when we didn't meet. We haven't met for 6 weeks because I called a halt to it. The process was tainted. There was bias here. We had a staff member get up here and do a 3-minute protest because of personal issues with one candidate. There was one time when this candidate was the only candidate, and then we had a second candidate because they were told to hold on and wait and see what we did. This is just an injustice, okay? I don't know how else to say it. It's an injustice. And it's an injustice that I got railroaded because I thought that this was going to be pulled because this is not an accurate representation of what occurred. You know, I don't know what else to say. I needed a formal written report. I needed some communication. I had some serious allegations, some serious concerns.
So I need to speak here a little bit because I'm on the committee. I have tried to contact the other committee member 4 or 5 times via phone and text. And I am willing to interview anybody at any time. I expressed some reservations about said candidate. That doesn't mean whatever she's accusing me of or everybody else of. Just means I have reservations about a candidate. I don't think that is improper. I don't think I've done anything wrong, and I reached out time and time and time again to the other committee member and received no calls back, no answers of the text, no answers of the phone. So
Time pro term Mayor Freeman that I had called a halt. I said, this needs to be investigated. I want to stop the conversation. That was after a deluge of your text, being a leaker, talking about other issues, legal issues that were not related to this committee work. Okay, you got up here and you said she was toxic, she attacked staff. There was a lot of allegations. At that time, I said, this needs to stop. And that is why I did not communicate with you. I told you I was waiting for a response from legal counsel about this, and I did not get that in writing.
So
And you have a real bias about her, okay? It's just an injustice of how this process went about.
Thank you. Attorney Giffen?
Yes, at the conclusion of the, I think it was the August 15th meeting, there was a vote. And the one candidate that was voted upon was voted down. And my review of the ordinance tells me that pursuant to that, a new candidate or new candidates should be submitted. That's what the ordinance says. And there were issues that arose afterwards that I don't work for one council member. I work for the entire council. And so I'm going to get direction from the entire council. If I run around and do legal research for each one of you based on your own personal agendas, that's going to be problematic. It's going to be very expensive for the city. I did reach out to Council Member Morris Lopez this week twice by text and by phone, and did not receive any response.
Prompted because the mayor.
I reached out. I reached out.
Reached out.
You did not
multiple
respond.
times. That is not professional. I have a professional email account here. I prefer to have things in writing. The casual conversation does not suffice for what I recommended. This is not, I didn't ask you to work for me individually. This is the whole council. They appointed he and I to do this work. Okay, so we're not.
I need to get direction from the entire council.
But then you let me believe that you could do that.
I called you.
Thank you. So we have this item before us to either redirect the ad hoc committee to interview the candidates together, appoint a new ad hoc committee, or I suppose consider reopening the application project for one position on the planning commission. Councilmember Friels. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I'm more than willing to let someone else do this. So this is not fun.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I'd like a final formal written evaluation by our city council. I mean, our attorney. He verbalized it. I like it in writing. And I think that at this time, take the direction that, this is really difficult. I can't even decide what to do.
Councilmember Sabathia.
If I take your meeting, Pro Tem Mayor, you would prefer not to be on this ad hoc committee? Is that what you were stating in your last comment?
That was his last comment.
I take my responsibilities seriously, but I cannot work in the present situation with the present person. I can work with probably anybody else. Okay.
Okay. My recommendation would be to make a motion that we get a new ad hoc committee so that we don't have to, I don't want to put people in situations, either of you in situations you can't work in.
I just will not put up with and being Brown Act violations. I looked for direction. There was a lot of biases being thrown out here. Okay, not just him. And it's just not the way that we're supposed to represent the community or represent candidates. We leave out personal issues. And from the get-go, he's told me I refused to interview her. So there's that's not fair. That's not how the process goes. And I don't know what to say about it,
I agree with everything you just said. So there was a suggestion to appoint a new ad hoc committee. Anybody want to be on it? Thank you. Yes, we do have to vote on it.
I'll second.
Second, appoint a new ad hoc committee.
Yes.
Can I have a roll call to appoint a new ad hoc committee, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Now we have to go to the new ad hoc committee. Councilmember Sabathia has volunteered to be on it. Do you want to be on it?
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Sabathia and Councilmember Morris Lopez, do I have a, I'll second that. Or whatever it is, I don't know. Do we have a motion for Sabathia and Morris Lopez?
So are you making the motion?
Yes.
And then who's your second?
I'll second it.
May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you very much.
Are we reopening or are we just asking that committee to interview the two applicants we have?
The interview, we chose item B, appoint a new ad hoc committee. It was a or. Thank you. Okay, and there seems to be a lot of a lot of folks here who want to discuss the 3rd Street parklet status. Okay. Oh, this is the discussion item. Councilmember Friels, anything to say for the moment besides?
No, I thought were we gonna get was there a report on the parklet?
Nope.
What is it?
A discussion item on parklets?
I thought
An update. Do we have an update, city manager?
Sure, I can give you a quick update.
Awesome. Thank you.
Because there have been some changes, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in Hollister tonight, or maybe already happened.
Last night.
No, it's tonight. They're having a
Parklets
special
are
workshop
special
on
meeting.
parklets
Thank you.
tonight. The council in March continued parklets for both food and beverage and retail through the end of the year, consistent with ABC laws for alcohol permits on the parklets that expired January 1st, 2024. The ABC has since amended its laws, and I was told by the city manager in Hollister that for a application fee and a new diagram of the parklets, the ABC would consider allowing alcohol to be continued to be served on a parklet. And I believe I saw a date of June 2025 or something like that. So 26, thank you. See, they're following better than I am. So there's been those changes, and there's also been a lot of sentiment in the community, albeit maybe from individuals. One individual mayor sent you and I 10 text messages about how incredibly great parklets are. And so knowing that, if we're going to stick to the March resolution, the city's going to send hey, you have to abate your parklet. Those messages will go out around Thanksgiving, 30 days in advance. And then if the parklet wasn't abated, we'd have to decide what to do January 2nd about parklets that were still remaining out there. So that's the course we're on right now. That's where the Titanic's heading. Is there an iceberg out there that we need to watch out for? And I just wanted to have enough time between now and December 31st to have this conversation. So I'm still awake, and I would like to.
Attorney Giffen, we have a hotel down the street. Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Nothing. I got nothing. I don't.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been in favor of economic development and trying to increase our beautiful downtown, and I 6 months ago, I changed my mind on parklets and said that they should exist. And the rule was that they could not exist after January 1st. So now that rule has changed, and my mind has changed with that rule. So I would be in favor of what I call restaurant parklets for as long as the rules allow it, the state rules allow it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I am not up on the current status by the governor, so I have nothing to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I completely agree with Jackie. I don't know anything about new laws or changing laws, so I don't think I have a valuable opinion to offer at this time.
Thank you. Can we open this for public comment? Do we have any public comment this evening? You okay?
Leanna Brothers, 7 Awani Street, but also with Anaka. I was doing some research during our 6-hour meeting, and I see that it's the code AB 1217, and it's extending temporary outdoor dining for service of food and beverage. That what Dawn said, like a reapplication, and it would go from January 1st, 2024 to July 1st, 2026, if approved if your design is approved. But it states dining, and so dining and beverage, no retail.
Sorry, the date again, January 2024 to July 2026.
Yeah, January 1st, 2024, which I believe was the date of the right that we were supposed to, and then extended to July 1st, 2026.
Okay,
And that's AB 1217.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Oh, come on, people. Everybody better be coming up.
Elise Bretnell, 13 Donner Street. I would like to ask the city council to please reconsider and allow the parklets to stay. COVID is still out there. It allows us to sit outside. They're nice. We have a nice one-way street. Let's keep the parklets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Chris
Wait.
Martorana. COVID or no COVID,
You have 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
that's plenty. COVID or no COVID, I love the one way. I love the parklets. I do think they should be restricted, and have always thought they should be restricted to restaurant and beverage, food and beverage. Regardless of what the state says, I think it's something we should do here. We have a lot of very small retail establishments or storefronts, I should say. So in cases where we would have very small food or beverage service businesses potentially coming, it's a great boon for them. I think they've been extremely successful in places like San Francisco. I love sitting around them. Ours don't tend to be that creative. So I think along with design review changes and so forth that we need across the board, that should be incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in chambers?
Thank you for talking about parklets finally. I'd like everybody to please consider the parklets through July 2026. It helps out Inaka a whole lot. People love it. People still want us outside. Whether, I mean, it doesn't have to do with having dogs, but it's nice to bring your dog and be able to eat. And I lost my train of thought. That's it for now.
Thank you very much.
Fran Fitzharris, grade 25. And so we've removed our parklet. Hopefully we're going to get reimbursed. We're the first ones to build. and the first ones to take it down. So we've been your guinea pigs all along. You're welcome. I just want to say that really, if you look at who's been using the parklets, and it really is, it's just about food and beverage. And in Hollister today, they're meeting not because they want to take the parklets away. They're meeting to decide how they can keep them going, talk about signage, banners, like all the challenges. So they're actually working with the businesses to engage and figure out how they can make them better, not necessarily to go away. And that's what today's meeting was about. And then for us, really look at food and beverage. Do we really want to say goodbye to the sales tax the city is getting for all those people enjoying outdoor dining right now? So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jose, 1190 Visto. I just wanted to say, I'm just like Councilman Freeman. I wasn't too in favor of the parklets, but then one day our business community invited me out to actually go and dine and enjoy a night out on the town on one of those parklets, and actually now in support of them. I think it does a really great thing for our community. I'm in line with Chris here, where maybe we can work together, use that $15,000 that we were talking about from whatever, and give these businesses some of that money to make it all look the same, add some nice lighting, get some signage and whatnot. So I'm definitely in support, and I think we should really look forward to supporting our businesses. I think I've said it before, and I won't stop saying it. We are not business friendly in this town, and we need to get on that bandwagon, or we're going to lose more than just 3 businesses in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chambers? Zoom?
We have 2 hands raised and we have email public comment.
Thank you. Thank you to you as well.
Margot.
Hi.
Firstly, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Margot, welcome.
Hi, thank you. And I've always been in favor of the restaurants having the parklets, and with this new, what the governor's doing, I think you really need to go into this smartly and figure out a way that the city is covered. This is city property, and maybe draw up something for the restaurants that continue to have their parklet, and whether, you know, insurance is involved or rent or however, it's another 2.5 years, and retail should go. This is for the restaurants, and just doesn't seem a need to have retail parklets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wanda, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome. Can you please unmute yourself? Vanda?
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Thank
there you are. Hi.
Okay, sorry. We're all getting a little batty here. I really hope that we can support the hospitality parklets. I never thought that retail should be having parklets during COVID. The governor, you know, they were able to continue their businesses, whereas hospitality could not. I think people really enjoy outdoor dining. San Juan's a great place to be outside. And yes, the city should probably look at how to better manage the use of the city streets, but I do hope that we'll reconsider continuing hospitality parklets. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from council? Thank you. Well, we have one more. zip by. Go.
Dear council members, Governor Newsom signed AB 1217 extending temporary outdoor dining service of satellite food, alcohol, etc. from January 1st, 2024 to July 1st, 2026. It is abundantly clear that the parklets were intended to assist restaurants who could no longer operate indoor service during COVID pandemic. Parklets were implemented to keep food service businesses alive, and yes, it is pleasant to have a sit-down meal in the open air. Parklets for retail businesses should be eliminated. During pandemic times, customers could still enter retail businesses, but only one or a few at a time. Now there is certainly no need for retail parklets. As a matter of fact, display of merchandise and parklets creates an eyesore. And someone said before, it creates a feeling of desperation. Outdoor display of merchandise hides the historic facade of the building in our National Register Historic District, and it compromises the ability of visitors to have a stroll through an authentic historic town. The authentic experience is what sets us apart from other cities, and one we should carefully safeguard. Thank you for considering my comments. Caravang, San Juan Bautista.
Thank you.
So Mayor, would you want to direct staff to bring a resolution back at the November 14 meeting? Because our existing resolution will terminate parklets, so we need to.
A resolution to extend hospitality through,
Right.
Oh,
You
okay.
rescind the existing resolution.
okay, yes, please. Directing staff to bring another resolution to rescind.
And just food and beverage, is that the message?
Correct.
We didn't have, I don't know if there are any retail owners in the audience tonight. but-
Nope. And we'll have to talk about the two-way traffic also. Because that's part of that resolution. That's what I just said. Thank you very much.
I thought the two-way traffic was, I thought we were still gonna stay one lane. I could have sworn.
No, it would stay one lane. If the parklets stay, we're not gonna ask them to like cut it in half.
Okay.
Yeah, the last one, it was everything goes and
You're leaving, okay.
yeah, I did too.
Well, that's-
We were both wrong.
I thought I had the. I thought I made the motion on that, but I guess I maybe I missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know.
Is anybody else here that wants to talk about anything else? Golf cart.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. We got. No, I'm gonna go burn mine right now.
Future agenda items before we adjourn?
Jackie has one.
Go ahead, Jackie. Oh, sorry.
I think we seriously need to discuss a limitation on how long our meeting should go. ASAP.
Oh, Chris, did you want to come back on the council over here? Cause I gladly, like, I'll share these. Go ahead.
Thank you very. Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
May I have a motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.